starting real soon. What's going on, everyone? Look at that. Ooh. And give me a cool whoosh sound effect this time. What's going on, Adev? How are you doing? Yeah, welcome to CRL casting, aka just me yapping, but yapping professional style. Um, I unfortunately couldn't cast the first day because I have one of those JOBs, but I was able to get in. I was able to get in today. Yeah, you may also notice that the chat is on baby friendly mode. Um, yeah, for good reason. Sorry about that. But yeah, we're keeping it PG for the stream, pretty please, por favor. And if you weren't here, if you weren't here for last time, ooh, wow, okay, I labeled them wrong. If you weren't here for last time, did I? Okay, I done goofed. Dang, I'm a little, not gonna lie, I was a little sleep deprived. Yeah, I put the lower bracket twice. Yeah, jeez. If you missed if you missed yesterday's like I kind of did, I had to work. Um Crazy bracket we've had. We have lined up today. The final six contenders here. Lucas, Ian, Vtor, Adriel, and Mohammed Light, per tradition, knocked down to the lower bracket here. Did I do it? Oh my god. It's because I set them to the same thing. Ah! I'll get this down eventually. I'll get this down eventually. Uh, a complete lack of professionalism from myself. Yeah, you'll eventually see what I'm talking about. There we go. There we go. What's going on? What's going on? Hello. Yeah, Ian is the people's president here. Ian is definitely a favorite to win this one. We're gonna be seeing Mo Light and Cassidy and Todd Sub trying to fight their way back through the losers bracket as well. Okay, I got through it. Look at me go. Woo! Getting into it. They're just casting. We can't hear their audio, so I'm here. Welcome to day 2 finals of this first CRL monthly finals here. What's going on? Oh wait, yeah. This is here. Because of the coach. You're rooting for Ian because of his coach now, aren't we? I didn't. I've never heard of that one. I'm not gonna lie. What's going on, hello? Oh yeah, you're on the YouTube as well too. Well, yeah. While they're yapping, this is just one of the monthly finals here. But there is still a pretty decent prize pool, especially compared to the warm-ups here. It's about gonna usually the warm-ups is about half the prize pool. But if I'm doing my math correctly, this is gonna be a $50,000 dollar prize pool just for this 1 month. As well as the real reason people are competing in this is to get a ticket into the official CRL. The first place is going to receive a golden ticket, ton of CRL points, and a golden ticket gives you direct access to CRL 2025 finals stage in Finland or wherever they're going to host it. I heard rumors that it could be hosted at Atlanta because the Clash of Clans World Finals is going to be held there as well. So, I mean, that'd be super cool. That's a lot closer to me. What's going on, A? How you doing? A few months back, Ian's coach left him for Riley because Ian said he wants to focus more on content. Oh yeah. Hell yeah, it's been super cool to see all these like players, especially content creators, like a ton of content creators, Riley, Morton, Ian. I mean, I don't know if we consider Mo a content creator, but yeah, he does. He does. A ton of like the best players are also content creators, but they can still compete at the highest level, which is super cool to see. Yeah. wake up a little bit. How's everyone doing today? Rich and Andrew are just going on. Can't really hear what they're going on. If I had to guess, it's Mo talk. Yeah, Juicy doesn't seem to be casting this one. I don't know, but they got plenty of backups. They got plenty of backups clearly. Yeah, what else did I have? I mean, there's nothing else really to show. They're just you know, they're just showing up the same things I got really. Yeah, pretty significant prize pool. Last CRL warm-ups, you could have walked away with nothing if you finished in the bottom four, but now everyone here is at least guaranteed $1,000, which is, nice. You don't have to actually progress your way up through some of the best players in the game to actually get a chunk of the prize pool, because it's amazing enough that any of these players have already made it here. It definitely shows. It definitely shows the highest caliber of skill in Clash Royale if you made it here, and you get $1,000 just for doing that, and a pretty big prize pool especially for first place. $15,000 is no joke. It doesn't do anything on Sundays. Oh my, nothing. Okay. Okay, they're switching. They're switching a lot. I'll show what they're showing, but yeah, good comms on that. They don't show it here, but again, the first place will receive a golden ticket and direct access to CRL. Second place receives a silver ticket, which is basically just like, it's just a different event where you can compete for a golden ticket. It's kind of like the losers bracket of the winners, but a silver ticket is definitely helpful for your odds of getting into CRL 2025. As well as they've increased last year there was only 8 people competing in CRL 2024, which kind of scared me. They've been downsizing. Like, it used to be 32, then 16, then 8. Like, they kept on downsizing. Um they kept on downsizing the amount of players, and now they've gone back up to 12 people that'll be competing. And they're going to be competing through a lot of events, especially these monthly finals are going to be a great way for these players to get themselves a golden ticket and a spot in CRL. And yeah, we can see the full bracket here. And be seeing Adriel, Vtor, Ian, and Lucas, Tan, Sub, and Molite, and Casy, our final 8 here. Gonna see some people knocked out very soon for the lower bracket rounds. What's going on, Pekka? Oh, you sent me a DM on Twitter? Okay, bet. I'll look at that stuff later, because I'm gonna be busy casting this, and then I go straight to work, and then after I'm off, I'll look at all that stuff. So thank you for letting me know. Just make sure you send me like a screenshot that it's your account that won, and then like send me the tournament that shows your name highlighted and stuff, and I got you. I made sure that I kept track of the people who randomly won. So yeah, I got you for that, Peck, and thank you for participating yesterday. I was looking at the GT, and about half the accounts in the top 100 are minis. Yeah, that's gonna be how it is, honestly. There's nothing wrong with using minis. If they wanted to go after people using mini accounts, like, they couldn't really do anything. They would be so inconsistent with like their enforcement of the rule. Like, they wouldn't be able to enforce it, honestly. So it's just a thing. And honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I play on a ton of accounts too. It's just it definitely makes the competition a lot tougher, I would say, for top 25. But this is going to be a very, very competitive GT. Like, everybody's going to be using their ults just for a chance at that emote there. If you had a second account on your phone, whether it was yours or someone else, who was a permaban. Oh, I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that. Well, if I had to guess, they probably gave it up due to it being so hard to enforce. You can't really equally enforce it. Yeah, you and a lot of other people, Kulindu, we're all kind of waiting to see. Well, the vast majority of the people are waiting to see Ian and Mo play. Mo being knocked down into the losers bracket so early. It seems like every single event I've seen Mo play in, he just gets knocked down to the losers bracket and gets upset, and then somehow claws his way back up. But I was casting the warm-ups, the CRL warm-ups, and in that Mo was competing as well, and he actually got knocked out pretty early. He got knocked to the lower bracket. It was funny. He got knocked to the lower bracket by Tourist, and then Tourist also lost. Went to the lower bracket. He lost to 2-0 to Tourist. Tourist won 2 wins in a row on him to knock him down. And then Tourist got knocked down to the losers bracket too. So they were both in the losers bracket, matched each other again, and then Mo like got swept again by the same dude, and got knocked out of the competition, which was kind of crazy. Riley and Mo lost out in the losers bracket in the same exact round, which is kind of crazy. Whole lot of upsets, but that's what makes it exciting. Don't just wanna just assume and guess who's It looks like they're starting soon. They got the crowns up. Gonna be doing Sub and Ta first. Excited for that. Yeah, it's not exciting when you basically know who's gonna win, but CRL, all these players deserve to be here. Anything can happen. Between Mo, Riley, Ian, Hypno, they have like 30 accounts. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say 30, but a lot for sure. It takes like a lot of effort to grind up on ladder, but on a global tournament, people are gonna alts are pretty easily accessible. Oh yeah, win trading, yeah, that stuff is scummy. It needs, yeah. Like they're gonna do something about that for sure. Yeah, win trading does need to go. Oh shoot, I just lost my chat. Where'd it go? God, I saw something too. Oh, come on. Saw somebody said something on YouTube. I'm sorry. My chat just completely disappeared. Alright, I got it. Hold up. And Joe, Honored Scout Egg, thank you so much for the $3 donation. I don't know what currency that is, but like I think that's my third donation. Yes, I'm counting them. Very recently became Twitch partner. Thank you very much for that. I don't have alerts enabled because it's CRL. It's a little important, but thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you and what's going on. And hi, Kakashi, as well. Should be volume, yeah. There's just nothing going on right now. The clean feed, which I get, it's only gonna have game volume. We can't hear the casters, obviously, because I'm the caster. I'm the caster. Yeah, they're just full screen, and we're seeing Ta here. It's cool to see the players' cams. We've seen players playing from some interesting locations so far. Ian aura farming while playing in his bed. I saw that. We had Clown, one dude playing in the car last time. These guys look like they got pretty decent normal setups here. Yeah, there's gonna be some audio soon, I promise. And hello, Sev. This first game start, I'm not entirely sure. Not entirely sure, but it should be soon. I mean, we've gone 11 minutes since the event has started with no gameplay. But it takes a while to get this stuff set up, and casters are just biding time, and so am I. But hopefully we'll get into this soon. You just gotta stay tuned. They also need time to pick their decks and stuff. That's like a very important part. All of these players are gonna have analysts specifically to analyze the other players, their opponent's deck history, what they could counter with, what is just gonna be most balanced based on the cards already used. Because as usual in CRL, you can't repeat cards. In basically any format. You can't repeat any cards, so that you definitely have to stretch your deck building skills here, because you can't just play the most safe deck or the most broken cards every time. You gotta mix it up. And you gotta play several different win conditions, and most importantly, you can't be predictable. Because if you're predictable, a really good analyst will see right through that, and they will have 10 or more counter decks that these players can run against someone if they know like for sure what deck their opponent is going to be running. So you can't be predictable. You have to be a very versatile player to compete at this level, and everyone is. Everyone is here. And be playing on the toilet. Yeah, true toilet warrior at the highest level. That would be. I mean, I don't think that would be allowed, but I think that'd be fun to see. I mean, you wouldn't have to necessarily show the toilet. I guess people could guess if you're playing in the bathroom. But your legs would go numb pretty fast. I don't know if that's optimal. I'm not sure exactly if that's optimal CRL you know, chair, if that's an optimal mobile gaming throne for these players. Yeah, I don't know. It's taking a little bit to start here. Just getting to see both players' faces as they contemplate what decks they're gonna run. I don't know why they're showing this, honestly. I'm not really sure. Yeah, face cam. You're right. Depends how they angle it, but I think they're gonna have I don't think they're gonna have favorable opinions of anyone who decides to play on the toilet. I'm not gonna lie. Alright. We're finally into our first game here. If there's any audio issues, let me know, but I believe it should be adjusted well enough. Both players just biding their time here. Leaking. This could either mean that these players are running something like a heavy deck or a control deck. Usually cycle decks want to just make a play out of the gate, but both of these players are leaking here. Either could just have bad hands that they think it will be unfavorable to start off the match until double elixir, or they've got rather heavy decks, but not the most eventful gameplay to start off. What's going on, Ram? Yeah, geez, I wonder what the main casters are saying right now. How do they bide time here? How do they bide time here? We got a lot of emotes on the sideline. We see that limited time Ice Spirit emote. We see the Lava Hound pop on the side. A lot of emotes coming down from Ta's side. Sub not really seeing much support in the emote department. There we do see the top 100 GT emote being spammed by a certain someone on Sub's side. And Sub decides to break the silence and just throw a Goblin Hut down. It is going to be sleeping, but it's just a cycle here. And we do see a drill from Ta. Valk and Sub's deck to pick that up. Mega Knight. Alright, yeah. These players are bringing out interesting decks. It's not even an orthodox drill deck we're seeing here. No real orthodox drill deck plays Mega Knight, but that Mega Knight's going to be enough to clean up that Valk here. You see the Little Prince from Sub. Little Prince is totally invaluable, especially, well, mainly that for the fact that it's 3 elixir and it enables 3-card cycle. 3-card cycle is just a boon for these players, especially at the highest level. It means they can cycle more of their cards. Cycle is a big emphasis at the highest level here. We do see a Golden Knight and Ewiz on this graveyard. I'm surprised Sub is bringing out the graveyard this early, honestly, but graveyard is a pretty consistent deck. No lie there. Archer's Split aren't really going to be able to use to pick up the Golden Knight and the Ghost there due to the skeletons. Magic Archer is definitely an interesting choice from Ta too, and that's going to be very useful in sniping this Goblin Hut down. Evo Val comes down on the drill to negate all damage, but that's a huge support push coming down there from Ta. Mega Knight and Ewiz are allowed in the tower, and that is over 1,000 health gone on that right side tower. Great bridge spam push from Ta, and the Evo Valk was kind of messing up Sub's whole push. Sometimes the Evo Valk can be counterproductive like that. Magic Archer doesn't get reeled in by that NATO, but it's going to go down to the poison. Goblin Hut up high is dealing with that Ghost there. Snowball comes down. Skeletons do pick up the rest of the drill. Deaf Goblins, though. Huge amount of Spear Goblins connecting on the right-hand side. Ever since the Goblin Hut rework, even after its nerf, it's just still a super good card. Especially defensively. I'm really a fan of the Goblin Hut rework. And so are the pros. It's just another building to add to your arsenal, and it has its own unique use case. You're gonna see a Barbell to try to snipe that Ewiz. Doesn't unfortunately get on for Sub, but that poison's gonna be able to do the trick on that Ewiz. Mega Knight is not out of it yet. Almost half health there. Gonna jump on those archers. Goblin Drill connects for a huge amount of damage. Barbell doesn't come down in time, and that Mega Knight connects onto the tower for huge damage. Magic Archer threatening a connection as well. That's one shot, two shots. And Ta brings out the NATO last second, and that looks like it's going to be game there. Ta waiting a little bit to reveal the NATO in this deck. Not as much as a popular card as is before due to its damage nerf, but it definitely synergized well with Ta's deck there, and Ta takes the first game of the set. There's no game sound? I hear the game sound. Is it not loud enough? Because I hear the game sound on my end, and it's completely turned up. Yeah, it's volume to the max. I guess I'll have to turn it up on my end, but thank you for letting me know what's going on this stand. Casy, I appreciate you for that. So yeah, was the game audio quiet for everyone else? What's going on, Emilio, as well? I'm not doing a backflip. You're not doing a backflip. This is CRL. The attention is on the mobile athletes here, not me. Don't think I heard anything. Oh jeez. All right. I guess I'll have to fix this. I'll have to fix this later, but I'm gonna turn up the desktop audio. It was fine for me. Okay, I'll turn it up just a little bit. Like, it depends if you're watching with headphones or just like speaker, but I turned up the game volume. Let me know. Yes, all of these are mobile athletes here. It takes a good amount of effort, physical and mental exertion here to be a mobile athlete. Mobile athletes. What if I don't get you? What's going on, Shadow? Hello. Or Empire. Yeah, there's too many shadows. There's too many shadows here. I gotta call you Empire. Yeah, definitely a good deck. Definitely a good deck from Todd there. He had so many graveyard responses. It was just great pick overall. Why'd my quality just go down? 240. Okay. Why'd it just go down to 240? Forgot to set it to auto. Yeah, jeez. 240 isn't gonna look good. What's going on, Coco? Hello. How you doing? And yeah, there's no audio right now, but once we hop into the next game, I'm always looking at chat, so let me know. Let me know how the game volume is compared to everything else. Hello, Invert. I'm not saying anything crazy. We're doing professional stuff here. We're sitting back, relaxing, and watching some of the best gameplay here. Hello, Lilaku. Just via the stream lagging? I really hope not. I really hope not. But yeah, do let me know if it's having any issues at all. I really hope not. What's going on, John? What's BB? Is that like is that bad? Does that mean it's lagging? It's not lagging for you? I mean, as long as it's not lagging for everyone, that means it's not like a me stream issue. It just might be on your end. Oh, okay. Okay, good comms. Can't keep up with all the youngins slang nowadays and abbreviations. Yeah, it's just you. But thank you for letting me know, if I have any issues, I definitely want to address them for sure. You've been watching the Oxford. Well, there's no such thing as late here, but I don't blame you. I did watch a little bit back myself since I didn't see, always fun stuff going on over there. My dyslexia supported him. We've all got a little bit. Okay, wait. Okay, it's just subs camera that's low quality. The stream is good. It's just, yeah, subs cam is struggling in the pixel department. That's not me. I promise. Yes, Alex did end up doing that for his subathon. You can watch the VOD back. It is posted. Hopefully these players enter their second match soon. Sub is gonna need a reverse sweep to take this one, and yeah, he's definitely thinking long and hard about this one. He's not gonna have graveyard, and he did use a few important support cards in that graveyard deck. He's not gonna have poison, whereas Ta didn't use any big spells in his last game, so he's gonna have options at least in that department. Getting out a lot of interesting cards. I believe Ta's deck choice leaves a lot more options open for him. And we're seeing the Cannoneer from Sub Basically, if they have Cannoneer, you know it's going to be Miner Mortar. There's not really any other decks that play Cannoneer, especially in competitive. As far as I've seen, if they have Cannoneer, they have Miner Mortar guaranteed. I don't think I've seen anything other than that. Maybe like a Drill Splash Poison deck, but that's about it. Both sides deciding to bring out some Miner bait decks. If I had to guess, Taz is going to be more Miner Cycle, whereas Sub, yes, has the Mortar there. And using the newly buffed Goblin Demolisher. Its new recent buff, it used to take 8 seconds once it got to the second stage to blow up, and now it takes 10 seconds, which basically means its health drain is a lot less and it's a lot more likely to connect to the tower, which I think is definitely a good buff. Goblin Demolisher is just a fun card like that. Neither side really dealt too much damage yet. See a Miner on the right hand side for Sub here, getting a little bit of chip damage. Bats clean up the bats there, but Sub walking away with a decent damage lead so far if you take into account the Cannoneer damage deficit. And Miner's going to be cleaned up eventually. Evo Ice Spirit to block the Mortar on tower. And Goblin Hut shoved up high. Goblin Hut is a very interesting card. It's not like other defensive buildings. You play it very differently, and you play it high a lot. Just because of its range, needing to spawn goblins, it's kind of useless. Like if you play it like a cannon or a bomb tower, which is just in the middle. It's just sitting there, not doing anything, and its main utility is when it's, spawning goblins like crazy. So you're gonna want to play the Goblin Hut up high, and we're seeing that. Spear Goblin is allowed to connect on the left-hand side. Todd did not end up getting that Goblin Hut down in time. But both players have taken minimal damage so far. Yes, we do see the poison from Ta, keeping his big spell options open. And we are seeing the Miner poison this game. Just a very, very consistent deck, especially competitively. Evo Mortar is down for Sub. Likely Ta's going to be able to block for this. I don't think that Evo Mortar is going to find its way on the tower. But it's very threatening and does require a big elixir response. Mighty Miner plays perfectly to counter that whole thing. And Mortar also filled by the poison here. Golden Knight the bridge. Evo Bats come down into the poison. That was a little bit of a mistake from Sub. Evo Bats got absolutely no value. Didn't even kill Taz Bats. Goblin Hut is set up in the middle, and this is kind of what I'm talking about here. That Miner in the back didn't end up activating the Goblin Hut. Goblin Hut simply being used just to tank the Mortar for a small period of time. But besides that, the Goblin Hut is just sitting there, not really accruing much value. Spear Goblins are going to be able to take care of these Evo Bats on the left. And Poison being cycled from Ta here. Both sides are getting a decent chunk of damage, but nobody's really barreled into the lead so far. Mighty Miner's going to be able to take all that out on the right. And Mortar connects for one shot for Sub. Sub is definitely in a favorable position now, even with the Cannoneer damage deficit. And Cannoneer does a lot better than the Princess Tower at taking out these Miners quickly. So Ta's at a bit of a disadvantage here. As long as Sub can control Ta's swarm spam, he should be good to go. Largely defending for not too much damage. Sub does have to keep pressure going at the bridge with these mortars and these Evo Bat swarm pushes. We don't see a Golden Knight ability on the right-hand side due to Sub having so much more damage on the left. He's focusing that lane, and Mortar is allowed to connect onto the tower for 2, maybe 3 shots. Nobody ever knows if that Mortar's going to get an extra shot, honestly. It just chooses. If the Mortar wants to, it will. I do see a Miner poison come down from Ta. He's really got to catch up, and Sub is using lightning. I was expecting to see arrows for him, honestly. This deck usually uses arrow, but Sub opting for a big spell in this deck, and that's going to be really bad news for Ta. All that means is it's just going to be 2 more lightnings, and Sub can take this game, or maybe some Miner chip. Either way, Golden Knight ability threatens to take tower. Ice Spirit in the nick of time to be able to take it out. And Miner chip and lightning finish off that tower. 1-in-1 set. GG's. Yeah, Sub snuck in the lightning there. Lightning has been pretty popular in Mortar, and it's just a super popular spell overall. I honestly should have anticipated the lightning pick there, especially since we didn't see Sub last card for a while. If he had arrows, he would have used it by then. It would have definitely got him some value. Yeah, too predictable. I mean, it works. Even if even if you're predictable, as long as you got a as long as you've got a decent deck, then you can win this. And Ta obviously wasn't really taken into account the mortar pick, especially since his main tank was Mighty Miner, and Mighty Miner, it does have a lot of health, but his main tank is a champion, which means he can't constantly keep it in cycle. And then there was a bunch of other squishy distraction units, so that allows a lot of opportunities for the mortar connect and just makes it very hard to keep it off the tower. Ta had to opt a lot for logs and poisons to kill those mortars and didn't allow him enough opportunities to actually pressure on offense with like a minor bats combo push there, which is really detrimental, especially going into a cannoneer, which will do a lot better job of taking out the miners with its faster with higher DPS but slower attack speed. Yeah, yeah, the lightning mortar has been going crazy for a while. It's just classic mortar, but classic mortar bait, but it struggles against lightningable units, especially Evos. So the lightning is a very good addition to this deck. Lightning is still just, in my opinion, gotta be the best big spell in the entire game, even with its crown tower damage nerf. It just gets so much value so many times. It's not too good against cycle decks, but against anything else, lightning is almost bound to get value there. VC to CRL. I mean, Teams format used to be a thing. I guess teams are communicating with each other, but now it's a fully individual thing. Unfortunately, not as exciting as the Teams format. I wasn't really around to watch CRL and Teams. I've really only seen the individual format, but everything I hear from people is basically saying that they wish Teams was back, and I do wish that too. CRL is and CR in general, I feel, is just like not social enough, not enough team play. It's usually just a solo game here. 10 seconds is what demo was pre-nerf. I mean, I think there's been other nerfs to the Goblin Demolisher, but I do like to see that they gave it another buff. It was just annoying before that it would get on tower so consistently, but I think it needs that. If the Goblin Demolisher can't reasonably get on the tower a few times, then it kind of loses its ability to be a semi-win con. Basically, before you had the Goblin Demolisher had to be uncontested to get to the tower. Now it can break through a few support units if you don't defend it well enough. There's no. She just said there's no correlation to what I'm talking about. Wait, what are you talking about then? What are you talking about then? Oh, you're talking amongst yourselves, I guess. Yeah, these players got to have their own mental. I mean, they have their analysts on their side, so they're not just in it on their own, but yeah, they don't really have any teammates to play with. Nobody to tag and nobody to count time but themselves. Yeah, that exact deck, the mortar lightning one. I am I am saying that. I hope it is clear, but yeah, mortar lightning has been the standard for mortar bait decks for a while now. Sometimes it's arrows, sometimes it's lightning. I mean, honestly, 2v2, we've seen it from 2v2 ladder, isn't as competitive as it used to be. Like 2v2 in CRL, we will see very competitive decks from the players, but since it's like overall, if you count both players elixir, it's 1.3 times elixir. So, the more elixir, usually is just gonna mean like the more chaotic and the less predictable. You will see the highest caliber of gameplay and communication from players, but CRL is individual format, so we're not gonna be seeing any 2v2 in CRL, but it would be really cool to see like a separate 2v2 tournament where players can sign up together. And I hope the volume is good now. I hope it's audible. Let me know. We are seeing the Goblin Barrels starting off from sub. Evo Goblin Barrel, of course. Nobody plays regular Goblin Barrel anymore. A bait deck just basically needs Evo Goblin Barrel nowadays. We are seeing the Cage, the Evo Cage, and the Skeleton King from Ta. Not really entirely sure what Ta could be running here. He's shown that he's willing to run unorthodox decks so far. And sub, it looks like here it's just going to be classic log bait. Starting off with a Princess, Tesla. We'll know his support cards going into this, but it's probably going to be just something along the lines of Rocket. Just a consistent spell cycle deck. And Ta, bringing out the Graveyard and Skeletons, this could potentially be a Graveyard Freeze deck. That looks like it's shaping up to be. And the Inferno, and the Evo Inferno Dragon, too. Everyone said Evo Inferno Dragon was balanced, but I don't believe it. Everyone's sleeping on it. When Evo Inferno Dragon gets value, it gets an insane amount of value. Sub is going to have the Evo Tesla to be able to reset it, but he's going to need to keep that in cycle for anything, any emergency uses on the Evo Idrag. Which he's also going to want to use it for these graveyards here too, so it's a little more complicated than just plopping the Evo Tesla to counter the Inferno Dragon there. And if the Inferno Dragon is fully charged up, you can't even place an Ice Spirit on it because it'll one-shot. And, you know, a fully charged Inferno Dragon just one-shots so many things. Sub does have the guards, though, instead of a Goblin Gang, though. That's definitely a choice that'll help out Sub in this a lot. Guards are just a lot more consistent than Goblin Gang. Guards have been one of the most popular cards in the entire meta for a long time now. And for a good reason. They're just super consistent and a good standalone swarm, even if you're not playing baits. We do see a Graveyard and Skeleton King ability from Ta on the left-hand side, and Evo Tesla largely cleans that up. Great defense from Sub there. That was a lot of pressure, a lot of swarm coming in from all angles there. Sub sends in another Goblin Barrel at the front. Arrows comes to take that down. It could, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not Freeze. I would honestly be surprised to see Freeze last game, but I guess Ta is trying to be unpredictable with the decks. Graveyard Freeze is definitely a consistent deck, though. Graveyard Freeze is going to want to wait until triple to really make a big push to make a move. Graveyard decks are always more effective the longer the match goes. Do see Goblin Cage and Skeletons able to finish off that barrel on the left-hand side. But Ta hasn't had any opportunities to do damage, and Sub with this bait spam has been able to take around 1,000 damage off of both towers. I do believe the advantage will shift towards Ta later into the match, but Sub has taken advantage of his opportunity to spam here in double. Ta having a lot of heavy support cards. Skeleton's really the only cycle unit, so it's very hard, very tricky to defend both lanes when the split lane spam is coming down. We do see another Evo Tesla for the Shockwave to help deal with this Graveyard, but Ta is definitely getting a little bit of damage here. Wouldn't say a little bit. It about got him into the lead there, especially with the arrows as well. Evo Tesla wasn't able to clean up everything there. You will notice one thing. With these, a lot more competitive players. They never play Princess the Bridge. Princess is just a unit that they want to bait out a spell with, and it just gets passive value. Even though it doesn't do too much damage, it's just getting passive value, sitting on Sub side of the arena. Cycle's another Princess. That's just kind of the name of the game. It helps to deal with these graveyards as well. We do see Fireball from Ta. That's definitely what I was thinking, to see a Fireball. Freeze is good with Graveyard, but a lot less consistent. Sub does throw down a Rocket there. Split lane, Barrel push. Barrel on the right-hand side does not get on for any damage, but Sub is doing a great job of splitting his damage. That's what you gotta do with the new age Evo Goblin Barrel. Bait used to be a single lane deck, but ever since Evo Goblin Barrel, it's just been... Bait has just turned into a split lane deck. It's kind of interesting to see how it's evolved over the years, but you know, not a lot of players are a fan of the new barrel. This match is coming down to the wire right here. Sub needs a Rocket to finish this off. Graveyard comes down and is not able to get on the tower for any connection. That Fireball came down there, it would have been a lot closer. But the match didn't last for a second longer there. Sub takes it with the Rocket spam. GG's. Congratulations to Sub for making it to the next round there. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna have, like, I've seen a lot of people run Graveyard Freeze. By people I mean these competitive CRL players. So I'm definitely happy about that set win there. I would be as well. He probably just increased his prize pool by like a few hundred, maybe thousand. Maybe thousand. I don't have like the updated bracket, but we've only seen one match here so far. So yeah, like I just basically have the PNGs from last time. Seen a match down there from the lower bracket. So Ta is out of this competition, and Sub will be facing the loser of match 15. I don't know exactly the order they're going to be doing this in, but we might be able to see Mo, Light, and Casualty going into this next match. You know, definitely a match everyone watching is going to be excited to see there. But what's going on? LeBron as well. Yeah, Fireball does yeah, 315. A lot more damage than Poison. Poison used to do more Crown Tower damage, but it was nerfed a while ago. So Fireball is better than Poison at spell cycle there. Not as good in Graveyard. Usually Poison is the optimal spell. Poison and Freeze are usually the most used spell in Graveyard. But Arrows and Fireball definitely gets the job done most of the time. Yeah, Fireball Arrows is definitely a pretty good combo. Arrows is just such a versatile small spell. It can basically take care of any squishy unit for the low price of 3 elixir, and then Fireball's got that large splash damage and a lot more consistent than a rocket. But Sub was able to use the rocket to, use the rocket beautifully there to take the win at the end. You don't even need a bait connection. You don't even need a bait connection there, unlike the Hypno variants of bait recently, where they don't really even have a big spell. They just rely on spam to get the job done. And against lower tier players, that usually does the trick. But up here, the best of the best, players basically defend perfectly almost every time. So even though that deck is very hard to defend, it can be defended for almost no damage as long as the player has some decent counters to it and good micros, which all of these players have for sure. Appreciate you, John. Yeah, it definitely came down to the wire here. Just a Fireball and a Skelly hit would have been able to take it, but the last second rocket, it looks a lot closer than it actually was, honestly. Sub was able to keep up the pressure and prevent Ta from actually being able to go in there last second. If Ta had opted to play Graveyard earlier so that it would get a shot, Sub would have just been able to pressure a lot more and get a ton more damage. So it does look a lot closer. It was just a Fireball and a graveyard hit away that match, but Sub definitely secured that win while into the match there. What's going on? Skip leg day. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure if he was in the qualifiers. I don't know about that. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, the princesses, it's definitely not optimal for these players to fireball the princesses. Might have been necessary there, but it's just a -1 trade, and Sub was, diligent with keeping his princess cycled and always just sent them on the right hand side in the back. And was able to get a lot of princess value that way. The higher caliber players, that's how they're gonna play princess. No real princess the bridge spam. It's just gonna be playing princesses in the back and just making it super annoying and kind of forcing out a small spell so they can go in with their barrel a lot easier. We are seeing Mo and Casualty up next. Mo upgraded his throne. Oh my. I wonder where he's playing from. That's either a hotel lobby or his luxurious mansion. Either or. I would live in a house like that too if I made millions of dollars off of Clash Royale. Ian, let's look at the bracket here. Ian should be playing relatively yeah, if we look at the bracket here, I don't know how it looks on YouTube. It's probably cut off. Well, yeah, I actually can't show it on YouTube, but Ian should be coming up in a few games here, but it's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while. If I had to guess, it's gonna be this game, then Adriel versus Vtor, and then we're gonna see Ian versus Lucas here soon. Damianovic, I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Seeing both players just getting ready here. Casy again, aura farming in the bed. Moonlight's on his golden throw. Not even a chair anymore. He's got a full couch set up. Both players just locked in, relaxed, and ready to compete for thousands upon thousands of dollars, you know. Just like it's any other day. Magic Archer comes down on the Knight for Mo, but isn't allowed to connect there for any damage. And Barbariel is going to be able to take that out. Mo bringing out the Royal Ghost and Magic Archer. So we know it's going to be some sort of bridge spam deck, or possibly drill. Either drill or bridge spam here is the most likely option. And Casy bringing out Barbariel and Knights. So I'm not entirely sure what this could be either. Okay, we do see the drill from Mo Lights. Is it going to be an Evo Snowball variation? We do see Evo Snowball there. And that is a decent amount of drill chip from Mo Light there. We do see an Evo Witch from Casy. I'm still honestly not entirely... Oh wait, it's gonna be that Graveyard Hut deck. It's gonna be Graveyard Hut here. Looks like that's what Casy is bringing out. Golden Knight from Mo Light. Golden Knight is just ever since its change, ever since its rework to be able to dash anywhere. It's just such more versatile of an option and much harder to stop. And Golden Knight pick is huge here for Mo. It's gonna be able to dash through all of Cassidy's swarm. And it's surprisingly a good defense for Graveyard itself in a pinch. Evo Witch comes down below this hut. Mo Light with the NATO. We're seeing Mo Light playing the similar deck to Ta. Maybe even on the dot of match. I don't think Ta had the Evo Snowball in the last match though. So a little bit of a different variation. Knight is able to take out Mo's Magic Archer despite the Snowball in an attempt to protect it. Both players just biding their time, not too much damage done on either side. Barb is allowed to swing there. And now that we're getting into double, this is where things are going to be interesting. Casy is going to have a lot more of an opportunity to actually go in with a Graveyard push here. See the Golden Knight come down. Well, Golden Knight ability come down from Mo there, but that's not going to be able to take out the Witch there due to that Ice Spirit. Which isn't going to get too much counter push value. Actually, none. It doesn't even get a shot on the tower. Spirit Goblin spammed on the right-hand side, and Mo Light slow rolling a Mega Knight push here. Drill is just super consistent at getting chip damage along with the Evo Snowball. And Mo Light's deck here seems like it, you know, it definitely has many tricks up its sleeve here. You've got the bridge spam aspect, and you've got the drill guaranteed damage aspect. And we do see an Evo Snowball come down, and Spear Goblins, if you didn't catch that there. Spear Goblins were taken out immediately by the Evo Snowball. Allowed for a lot of drill chip damage. Marcher NATO comes down, and Mo Light's going to get a huge Marcher NATO connection there, taking the damage lead. We've got a double Knight and Witch push. Mega Knight comes down on that. It's going to be able to clean it up. Barbariel comes down a little late to tank for the Graveyard, but Casy opting to use the Graveyard to tank for the Barbariel, try to get a connection there. Prediction Snowball comes down on the Ice Spirit. Mo Light, knowing that Casy was trying to pull that to the King Tower for a defense based on the Spear Goblins in the middle. That Snowball wasn't for the Spear Goblins prediction, it was for the Ice Spirit, and that was a beautiful prediction, and that's going to net Mo Light so much damage there. Marcher doesn't end up on the tower, but Mo is still in an 1,000 damage lead here. Mega Knight on the Evo Witch is going to be able to deal with that. Decent Graveyard chip coming down from Casy. But that Snowball prediction, that beautiful Snowball prediction, was just able to rocket Mo Light into the lead. And Casy is going to have to play a lot more aggressive now to take this match. Barbariel comes down to snipe the Marcher. We're seeing another Graveyard push coming down. But Casy doing a good job of cycling these Evo Witches. Golden Knight is able to take that out. Mo Light's definitely happy about that. Once an Evo Witch gets rolling, especially with a Graveyard, it's kind of hard to take it out. Evil Ice Spirit comes down on the Mega Knight and E-Wiz there. Mo opting to push opposite lane. He does have a decent damage lead on that side as well. Graveyard's getting a lot of chip, but Mo Light's still with the damage advantage on both sides. Marcher NATO comes down for a huge lineup. That Marcher NATO combo is basically just Mo Light's secondary win condition. His deck has so many ways to get damage, and if I had to guess, this is going to be a very popular deck throughout this entire set. Poison does come down to do a little chip for Casualty. He could still possibly take this, but Mo-Light likely isn't going to let any of those skeletons through. Comes down. This deck has a lot of good responses against the graveyard, and Mo takes that game. GG's. A lot of amazing plays from both sides, but Mo-Light just with an amazing performance there, honestly. Able to get a lot of damage with his drill and the bridge spam aspect and the magic archer tornado. Mo-Light just had so many sources of damage there, and that ended up getting him the win on both sides there. So GG's, yeah. A juice sip is definitely deserved after that match there. I would feel like splurging a little bit too. You got to keep the energy high. Got to get the sugars in. That's Casualty, not Igor. You can see on the bottom of the screen. I honestly only know because their names are on the bottom of the screen. I mean, it's just, that was just honestly, like, you obviously, Cassidy obviously could have done better, but that was just a crazy snowball prediction. I mean, I don't really think many players would have anticipated that coming. It was just in double elixir. It was a very high intensity game at that point, and it's hard to keep all these things. It's hard to keep all these things in track. It's kind of easy to say, as a passive spectator who doesn't have anything going on, in their head, no thousands of dollars on the line, to see that, predicting that snowball and not trying to go for the King Tower activation would have been the play, but Mo definitely anticipated that and was ready for it. And that was huge. Oh, Igor and Casualty are the same person? I did not know that. I did not know that. Like nothing's on the line. Well, both players are. You don't want to play in a nervous state. You just want to be calm, collected, and because that's when your mind is going to be the most clear to play at the highest level. If you're chittering and chattering behind the scenes, you're not going to perform well for sure. Yes, I'm doing the early stream. We cast in CRL here. If you wanna see the full view, anyone on YouTube, just come over to the Twitch. You don't even need an account. You can just if you're on your phone, I assume many people on YouTube are, just tilt your screen and you'll be able to see a full view of everything. It's definitely the gameplay itself will be a little smaller, but you get to see the players' cams and a lot more details about the event. So either or, it's just letting you know that there's, in my opinion, a better view on the Twitch. Yeah, Mo was knocked out by Vtor last day. Knocked to the losers bracket, I mean. So Mo-Light has to fight his way back into the competition if he wants to find himself winning a golden or silver ticket here. Yeah. So a lot of upsets that keeps CRL exciting. What's going on, Vanta? Yeah, and even Mo-Light makes mistakes sometimes. The game one matchup. I mean, honestly, if Cassidy had it's kind of hard to have perfect defense. That graveyard deck honestly doesn't have too much going on for it. It's kind of just swarm spam. So I think at this level, Mo-Light had the advantage there. There's just so many ways to do with that graveyard, and if he played perfectly, which was definitely what I saw there. And he's got a lot more opportunities to get damage. Mo's got the Magic Archer Tornado, the Evo Snowball Drill, the Golden Knight Nado, the Mega Knight Bridge Spam. He's got so much going for him, so many ways to get damage. So many angles that Cassidy has to think about to defend, and then Cassidy on the other hand basically just has graveyard and poison chip damage. So not as versatile as a deck there. I mean, yeah, you will definitely get more games in if you go through the lower bracket, but these players are gonna stay warmed up. I promise you that. They've definitely been practicing a lot off camera. How to get CRL spectator badge? That badge was given away during like the World Finals. I wish there was like a point system where you could get a special badge for watching all the CRL, but that's just in the finals as far as I know. What's going on, Pineapple? Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Mo just always finds himself in the lower brackets somehow. I guess he just wants to. I guess he just wants more games to show off. Honestly, we are seeing the Evo Zap and Mega Minion coming down from Casy. Still not entirely sure what this could be. And Bowler, Miner, and Spear Goblins definitely seems like some unorthodox decks here so far. Looks like Casy might be playing a giant boss bandit bridge spam deck if I had to guess with the Evo Bomber and Evo Bats. And then Mo's bringing out an Evo Inferno Dragon and guards. I'm honestly not entirely sure what Mo could be rocking here. If I had to guess, there's going to be another win condition in there due to how heavy Mo Light's deck is in there. Yeah, Giant Prince. I think it's going to be without... It might be without the Giant, though. Having a Prince and a Boss Bandit seems kind of redundant to me. But, yeah, you definitely don't want a redundant deck. You want a deck that each card plays its own role. And, you know, we'll be able to play its part. Still missing 5 cards in total in the match. We do see a Mortar from Mo Light. An interesting Mortar deck. Yeah, we kind of knew it was going to be Giants. Not entirely sure about Cassidy's last card. Or Mo's last 2 cards, honestly. Oh, we do see a Prince. We do end up seeing a Prince. So yes, I guess you were right on that prediction there. Not entirely sure about a Monk, honestly, at this point. But hey, you might be right, too. You getting a lot of predictions right. So far, Miner the Kite, the Mega Minion. For no damage. Both players have not taken too much damage so far. It's going to be interesting to see what Cassidy tries to do to break through here. But going into Spear Goblins and Guards as well. And Inferno Dragon. It's definitely going to be interesting. Prince needs to hop the bridge to be able to take out that Mortar. But Mortar only gets 1 shot on the tower. But that is still huge damage for Mo here. Mega Minion comes down to playing with the Giant. We're probably going to be seeing... We do see Monk here as well. Boss Bandit opposite lane to apply some pressure. I don't really have the advantage of seeing what players are playing last game. So I guess a few of you are more educated than me if you watched day 1. Inferno Dragon is going to find itself being able to charge up. Cassidy resets it with the Zap. But it's still going to be able to apply some offensive pressure. And Mo is definitely going to play into that with the Miner the back. A lot of pressure coming down here. Evo Inferno Dragon being charged up is gonna do a lot of damage to that Giant. Giant is gonna go down for no counter push value. Evo Mortar locks into the tower for Mo, and a lot of pressure coming down on the right hand side. It is not looking good for Cassie right now. Evo Mortar's still going at it. Prince is not even allowed on the tower. Mo Light with the guards immediately on that. Miner comes down, and that's about to be game, set, and match for Mo here. He's just got to get this final little chip damage, and he understands that, allowing the Mega Minion to swipe on the tower. Mo Light's just got to get another arrows down, and that's going to be it. It's Cassidy trying a last desperation attempt to try to get some damage. Boss Bandit is going to be able to dash across the river on that Mortar. Mo Light drops the GG, well played. Boss Bandit gets on the tower, but to no avail. Mo Light takes that with the arrows. Shushing Cassidy here. Giving him the little shush. And Mo Light takes that 2-0. Stunting knee sliding in the loser's bracket here. Both players playing extremely well, but Mo just playing... I haven't seen a single mistake from the man. I've been extremely surprised by his plays he's been able to pull off. And yeah, he takes that set 2-0. Very well deserved as well. Takes another deserved juice box break. Pretty excited about that one. Yeah, Mo been throwing around the emotes. Getting a little bit of an ego, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him for that. It's going to cost him. I mean, who knows? Who knows? He was surprisingly knocked out pretty fast in the CRL warm-up, so he's definitely going to have to play at a higher level. We did see I did definitely see a few pivotal mistakes from Mo in that. Definitely wasn't playing perfectly there, and that ended up getting him knocked out. But so far I've seen some crazy stuff here from both players. And Mo just opting for more versatile decks here. Like every deck Mo's played, he has several ways of getting damage. He's not allowing He's not trying to make his deck just about one aspect, whereas Cassidy's deck was kind of just giant bridge spam. Basically, place the giant down to tank for the bridge spam units, Prince and Boss Bane, and then hope one of them is allowed to connect on the tower, which Moonlight's definitely not going to let that happen. And guards are a very good choice there as a support card. Well, the BM, I mean, yeah, BM is definitely not very sportsmanlike at that level. That's his sportsmanlike. Usually, yeah, usually you might be seeing a little bit of on ladder, you know. Ladder players are usually angry, tilted, and stuff. You know, wanna make their opponents stay worse with the emotes. But yeah, don't expect it to see at the highest level. You know, add some character, add some emotion into the game. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. It'd be kind of boring if none of the players dropped any emotes here and there. You know. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I think it just works here, Fanta. I mean, can you blame him? Can you blame him for his ego though? Not many humble Harrys up at this range. Having a beaver, even though it is a mobile game, you're making thousands of dollars off a mobile game. That's a pretty big feat there for sure. Yeah, and just to clarify again, not. I'm not gonna lie, none of this watching here will get you the CRL spectator badge, unfortunately. My idea, like they have channel points on the official CRL channel, but they're used for nothing. It's like it's just a bet, and they even display the odds of the channel point prediction on the screen sometimes, but like the points are for nothing. So it's not really even accurate odds and prediction. What they should do is they should have like maybe like 100,000 channel point reward. And they should give you like a special shiny CRL badge for like CRL like super fan or something. So that if you watch a lot and you get the predictions right, you're able to like buy a badge for your account. I think that would be like decently easy to implement and would definitely be a flex and bring a lot more hype to CRL. But honestly, you only really watch if you're interested in pro gameplay. There's no real reason for a casual to get involved, which is, you know, a shame. Because CRL definitely pulls like thousands and thousands of views when the badges are being given out. All of these do. Like Brawl Stars, when they were giving out a free hypercharge for the World Finals, had tens of thousands of views and just completely blew over CRL and everything because they were giving away you know, pretty nice awards. Look at that poster. Look at that poster from Vtor. I didn't get to see that yesterday, but what a poster. What a poster, I like that. We're seeing Vtor and Adriel playing a set in the upper bracket here. Neither player really in danger of being knocked out so far, being in the upper bracket. Both have been on a perfect run so far. We're seeing Drill here from Vtor. Not the Evo version, and we're not seeing Evo Valk as well. But that Valk is still going to be able to cancel out that Drill 9 times out of 10 unless Vtor is bringing a snowball or fireball into the battle to be able to knock that out. It looks like Adriel might be running the Hypno, sort of a Hypno variation of bait here. Yeah, and I was saying before, this deck that Adriel's running is just very hard to defend, especially when split lane spam is coming down. But the highest caliber players, you know, they're going to have the micros to be able to defend a deck like this perfectly. So interesting to see how this match goes. Adriel might have a big spell snuck in there, but this deck usually runs either log or no spell at all. So interesting to see what Adriel brings out if he's edited the deck in any way, shape, or form. And we're seeing more of a drill cycle deck from Vtor here. We're seeing both Evos as well, so it's probably going to be Poison or Fireball. Last card from Vtor, no Evo Snowball to allow guaranteed drill connections. It's going to be more about spell cycle here. Barrel comes down for Adriel on the left-hand side. Does net him a little bit of Goblin Ship there, but not as much as Vtor ended up getting there with that drill. Ice Spirit and Spirit Goblins to pressure on the left-hand side. Goblin Gang needs to come down to not give Vtor the damage advantage on the left-hand side. Spirit Goblins are so annoying the way they can sneak through. One of them always seems to push another one and just get it on the tower when there's a center placed unit, so you kind of have to play it closer to the tower to be able to defend Spirit Goblins for full. Both sides really only have a few Goblin Goblin and Spear Goblin chip hits to their name right now. Evo Dark Goblin does come down. Not going to be a super useful Evo for Adriel in this matchup. Mighty Miner is going to be able to drill down this Valkyr. Law comes down to the Princess to take it out. And Goblin getting immediately at the bridge in response. Dark Goblin is misplayed into that cannon. Just goes down. There was no reason. There was no reason for that Dark Goblin to die, but unfortunate misplay from Adriel there. Vtor was able to get almost 2 drills on the board at the same time, opting for split lane pressure. Both sides really playing into the split lane pressure here. Vtor understanding is probably going to take damage on both sides, so he's trying to reciprocate with not committing too hard to one of the lanes. Adriel's able to get that Dark Goblin snipe without it being in cannon range. This time, split lane barrel push finally comes down. That's going to be a decent amount of Goblin barrel chip damage for Adriel on the left-hand side, almost getting him to the damage lead. Not enough, though. Vtor with the damage lead on both towers right now. Huge log value hitting the Evo Dart Gob and the Princess there. Valk is able to pick up that drill for full. Another barrel comes down here. Spear Goblin's not allowed to get any chip here. Princess is able to start the Spear Goblins, but doesn't splash on the tower. That's what Adriel was going for there, but doesn't end up getting that shot. And we're seeing Adriel with the Inferno Tower. Just noticing that no more cards played. Doesn't even have a big spell. So Adriel's definitely going to need to get this Goblin Barrel damage on tower consistently. And he is able to do so. Vtor, besides the log, doesn't really have any good responses. So Adriel's whole job here, how he's going to win this game, is baiting out the log with his support units. Playing with into these Princesses and Dark Goblins, leaning into them a lot, protecting them. Making them as big of a problem for Vtor as possible. Split lane barrel push comes down. Log just barely in time to full defend that barrel there. Vtor still with the damage advantage on both sides. Haven't even seen his last card yet. He's probably gonna start. If I had to guess, it's gonna be a big spell, and he's gonna start cycling it to end the match just to increase his damage lead. But he's not even gonna need to, as long as he's able to defend these barrels. He's gonna probably throw it down last second. But all he needs to do, really, is just make sure these Goblin Barrels are defended. Bridge block for any potential Princesses at the bridge, and just have log and cycle for these barrels. And Vtor, with this Mighty Miner super cycle going on, and Adriel not having any champ, is able to get a log down 24/7 for these barrels. And unless some crazy misplay happens, Vtor is going to take this one. Not even needing to reveal his big spell or whatever his last card was. Vtor definitely with the matchup edge in my opinion there, but still both sides stellar gameplay, nothing to really complain about there to harp on too much. Vtor just takes that with a pretty decent matchup in his favor there. Yes, Adriel coming from Heaven's Gates once again. I can clearly see that as just like a white wall behind them. Yeah, you can see the little corner there, but beforehand it was just like shining. It was just shining. It really looked like he was playing from Heaven's Gates himself. He's going on firework. Hello. How many matches every duo? It's a best of 3. These are all best of 3 games here. And then the finals, the lower bracket and the upper bracket finals will be best of 5s. So once these players get a lot higher into the bracket, we're going to see best of 5 sets. And those are definitely the most exciting, in my opinion, because you can't repeat cards. You can't repeat cards at any of these sets, so we could see up to 40 unique cards played in those matches, and that really stretches these players' deck creation capabilities, and we see a lot more unique decks and variation in those matches. So that's definitely something to look forward to in the finals. Yeah, the This Is Fine poster is kind of cold. Honestly, I've got really nothing going on in my background besides the little chicken. Besides the little creepy chicken, some weird curtains, and then my LED lights are yellow right now. I tried to make them yellow for the gold edition, but on my camera, it shows up as white. So, yeah, it just shows up as white. So, you know, that's kind of unfortunate. But I don't really have anything cool like some of these players. I need to get some Clash Royale merch. I wonder if they sell it. They used to have it on the Supercell store, like Supercell Creator store for like creators to give away, but He stopped doing that, unfortunately. No, it's not the first time. Usually, the final sets are best of 5 because that's when the biggest prize pool differences are. So they definitely want to make it. They definitely want to make it not necessarily more fair, but less like RNG dependent. Best of 5 is definitely going to showcase skill more than a best of 3. People watching game are either in the clan, because they have a clan for this, or they just have these players on their friends list. If they have these players on their friends list, you can spectate them from anywhere. Going on a gas station trip and you bringing us with. That is an honor. I appreciate you for bringing me with. I'm not entirely sure of the previous years. I was really in tune with everything, and wasn't casting it as well. But I've gone for that opportunity this time. Wasn't able to cast as a non-official creator, but now I am, which is pretty cool. Oh my god. I'm having some allergies. I'm a little congested. I'm struggling here, but we move. We move. All right. Hopping into game 2 here. Both sides opting not to make the starting play so far. Yeah, not many players have many emotions here. They're just dialed into the match. Adriel opts to cycle a snowball. Vtor, a dart gum here, cycling to their evos early on. Vtor with some evo wall breakers as well. Could this be the boss bandit bush spam deck? Yeah, it's not very consistent deck, so I didn't expect it to be brought out in CRL. Do see a miner though from Vtor. Maybe, I mean, it's a variation, but it's probably going to be more consistent than that annoying bush spam deck. Both sides bringing out the boss bandit. Not entirely sure what Adriel could be running here. Perhaps a drill deck with just boss bandit in there for some bridge spam factor. So far, it looks like Adriel has a pretty balanced set of support troops. That could be for a few. It could be for a few win conditions there. Vtor with the Goblin Hut. So yeah, it definitely does look like a more consistent minor wall breakers deck. Probably with a big spell snuck in there as well. And utilizing the Goblin Hut. Even after the nerf, Goblin Hut is just such a powerful defensive card. Again, I'm a really big fan of the changes they've done to it. Vtor with a little chip to start things out. Just, classic miner and Spear Goblin's chip. And we do see the drill coming down from Adriel. Drill Evo Snowball is just it's a high skill cap, but very, very effective combo. It's just almost guaranteed damage every time, or at least guaranteed a huge elixir expense in order to counter it for full. Goblin Hut is going to be able to spawn some Spear Goblins and deal with these guards for full and get a little bit of a Spear Goblins counter push. Both sides not showing their last cards. If I had to guess, a big spell from both sides would not surprise me. Evo Snowball does come down to get rid of that Evo Wall Breakers push. The second stage of one Evo Wall Breaker does break through. Vtor with a comfortable damage lead so far, but could be given up at any point in time. Evo Dark Goblin is not allowed on the tower. Evo Tesla comes down to clean all that up. And Miner from Vtor is picked up by Adriel's guards there. Good miner catch from Adriel. Really focusing on not letting any more miner chip through. And Adriel bringing out the poison. We do see his big spell. Wondering what Vtor's next card is going to be. Even if we've seen these decks before, players can always switch up their decks, especially to be unpredictable. So, still yet to see what that's going to be. About to see some boss bandit on boss bandit action here. Guards come down so that Vtor's boss bandit dashes on the Adriel's there. It's definitely going to keep it alive and healthy. That's going to dash onto the Ice Wizard. Going to need something to tank that. Guards do come down. Miner for a little bit of chip. Even in that Tesla. Snowball comes down to get the King Tower activation, and Vtor definitely regretting his placement there for sure. Beautiful Snowball. Adriel recognizing immediately that he's able to get a King Tower activation. Not yet, but Tesla is able to soak those evil wall breakers for a negative elixir trade, but he still gets rid of all that potential damage there. King Tower is going to help Adriel here a lot, but still in the damage deficit. About to go into triple here. Vtor doesn't have a direct, like, drill counter here, but he's got plenty of units like the guards that can pick it up. Evo Snowball, drill pushes are going to be invaluable here. And we do see the poison finally from Vtor. So both sides having, well, miner and drill. You know, both are able to be placed on the tower and poison. It's going to come down to whoever has better defense here. Not really much creativity to be had on offense. It's just about defensive micros. Who's gonna win this here? Minor poison comes down from Vtor on the left. Drill is cleaned up as well on the right hand side. Having a 500 damage advantage is basically almost impossible to come back here. Drill placed on the front is able to be soaked by the Goblin Knight. Evo Snowball does come down for a little bit of Goblin chip there, but Vtor has just, in terms of chip, a 500 damage lead is absolutely massive. And Vtor is able to take game 2 here for the 2-0 set against Adriel. GG's to both the players. Yep, Adriel gun from heaven again. Not as shiny as last time. He had basically had like a halo around them. Which is cool to see. Vtor taking that set 2-0, knocking Adriel down to the losers bracket. Again, I don't have the updated bracket, but you know, can say the standings. Vtor is going to be heading off to face the winner of Ian and Lucas, and Adriel is going to be sent down as well to face he's going to be set down to face Sub as well, and one of those players is going to be knocked out very soon here. Yeah, so I mean, you have to be. You can't be just raging and throwing stuff around in CRL. Well, one, these players are on camera, so they can't, whatever they're doing off camera, they probably can't pull that reasonably on cam. You know, there's some standards to being filmed on the CRL world stage, you know. Yeah, no, you don't have to spectate live in game. It's from watching the official CRL. Like, you can't spectate in game unless you have their friend links. Like, nah, it's just watching the CRL World Finals. I promise you that. There will be more details on that at you know, come November or December. We don't know the official date of CRL or the location. I'm still again hoping that it's in Atlanta. Honestly, if it was in the US local, if it's in Atlanta, I might have to show up there. That would be pretty hype to actually go to an event, maybe meet some people as well. Meet some fellow mobile athletes. You know, punch 4 holes. Yeah, once the cameras pan the way, that drywall is gone. In that, he's gonna need a wall replacement. It's funny to imagine just straight faced Adriel and then boom boom. I don't think of many Clash Royale players as the type to punch holes in drywall, but I've heard horror stories of people breaking their phones before. Again, those aren't people playing at the highest level. You definitely need to be calm and collected to play there. You see the updated brackets here. We're seeing Adriel and Sub in the losers bracket. And then the loser of the next match is going to be going up against Mohammed Lights in the losers bracket. Yeah, call me Kyle. He just shotgunned the monster after being knocked to the losers bracket. Yeah, I mean, I think that's gonna happen after. Well, if, you know, you never know. He could make a big comeback here, but that's probably gonna happen if, you know, there's a loss there. About to see Lucas and Ian next. Highly anticipated match here. Seeing both players getting real comfortable here. Lucas looked like he got a blanket there, and Ian coming from the bunk bed on the side. All these CRL players have been getting extra comfy, and you know, I don't blame him for it. Jeez, Lucas got some nice merch on his setup there, and showing off the YouTube plaque as well. Yeah, I really need some better for my setup. Full screen cam on Ian. Wow, they really excited about Ian's cam here. Got some drawings in the background too. I don't know what that that thing is in the background, that mask looking thing, but they got it. What's going on, Celebi? Hello. He knows he's like full cam right now. He's just looking. Yeah, Ian playing in the bunk bed. Lucas definitely looks a little more dialed in for this for sure. But you know, they're both playing at an insane level, so whatever works for them works. I'm not here to judge. Both players sending a good luck, and we are in the match one of this set here. Neither player really in danger of being knocked out so far, but it's definitely this is definitely going to be a huge set and a lot better to stay in the winner's bracket. You see a miner coming down the chip on the left-hand side. Golden Knight from Ian to block those Spear Goblins. Lucas with the opposite lane wall breakers pressure. And Ian does get that well-timed NATO. It's pretty difficult to get that timing, especially with Lucas's wall breaker placement. But Ian was able to get it done. And King Tower is gonna be huge going into a miner wall breakers deck. It's just gonna negate so much chip damage of Lucas's. And then that's a pretty good start there. We are seeing an Inferno Dragon. Both sides rocking the Goblin Hut, game one. Maybe we'll see a Mighty Miner bomb to help against the Goblin Hut there. Yeah, to clear some of the Spear Goblins. But they're still stacking up. Spear Goblins stacking up for both sides. Are just not going to get any chip. And Ian bringing out E-Giant. E-Giant isn't the most competitive deck. But it can definitely... It has its good and bad matchups. Has its good and bad matchups for sure. And Lucas is going to have a pretty hard time defending the E-Giants without the Goblin Hut. And if I had to guess Ian's last spell, Ian's last card is probably going to be the Lightning Spell. NATO comes down to bring all of those Spear Goblins into the E-Giant. Ian understanding that E-Giant isn't going to be able to make it to tower. That was just to take out all of the Spear Goblins there. Some minor chip coming down for Lucas here. One of those wall breakers is going to be soaked by the hut, but the other might be able to get through. Barbarill does come down, along with the King Tower that's able to fully defend the wall breaker. Ian sending some BM here. Not in the damage lead so far, but I think he knows he's going to be able to make a valiant stand here at the end, especially once he's got the elixir to set up some Golden Knight E-Giant lightning pushes here. Ian also rocking the Evo Bomber. Not the most popular Evo, but it is a secondary source of damage, and that is invaluable in these super competitive matches. Lucas lane swaps just to be able to get on that Golden Knight there. Ian drops a ability just to take out the Mighty Miner. But that is honestly an unnecessary use of the one elixir, I feel. Poison comes down to deal with this Evo Inferno Drag and E-Giant. The Goblin Hut is a pretty just good enough defense for these E-Giants. Ian has to start getting these lightnings down if he's even rocking lightning. He has to start getting them down to be able to get damage. Mighty Miner comes down. We are gonna see a lane swap though. Evo Bomber's only allowed one hit on the tower, and that's about all the damage Ian has gotten so far. A minor Evo Wall Breaker's push comes down. Goblin Hut is going to be able to soak all that and spawn a few Spear Goblins. Seen a decent push from Ian coming down here. He might be able to see the lightning. Opts for an Inferno Dragon instead. Poison comes down. Spear Goblins are going to be able to almost finish off that E-Giant. Doesn't even get a reflection shot on the tower. Lucas is defending quite well here, even with... And maintaining the damage advantage even with King Tower. Just dropping the miner in the safe spot away from the King Tower's reach over and over again. And getting a lot of chip damage because of it. Bats are able to clean up all that stuff on the left-hand side. Wall breakers soaked by Ian's Goblin Hut. No Spear Goblin chip allowed. Mighty Miner cycling to the back right-hand side to apply pressure there. And to, most importantly, activate 3-card cycle. We do finally see the lightning, and that is a full health E-Giant coming towards the left-hand side. Lucas needs to get to another hut, and he does just in time. Up high to pull the E-Giant away from the tower. The E-Giant is still a threat at this moment. Spear Goblins are going to make sure that doesn't get onto the tower. No reflection shots. No E-Giant reflection shots have been taken by Lucas so far on the left-hand side. And the lightning chip is starting to come down, but the minor chip from Lucas has been able to reign supreme here. Does get a Golden Knight dash on the right hand side. Ian does, but Lucas still maintaining the advantage on both sides here. Going into 10 seconds left, unless some miracle Golden Knight connection can happen, it's not looking good for Ian. Goblin Huts come down again. Lightning comes down, but the minor poison on the right-hand tower is enough to take it. Lucas takes game 1 here. Definitely a little stressed out there, especially giving Ian the early King Tower activation off those wall breakers, but Lucas takes it. On both sides there, GG's. Yeah, Ian a little confident going into this, but Lucas takes it. Yeah, it's not a very, yeah, having like any building against D-Giant is very effective at stopping it. Lucas gets the limelight now. He's getting the full screen cam after that win. Lucas looks like he's taking a water or a juice break as well. Yeah, Ian didn't end up doing any split lane double E giant pushes there, and honestly, I don't think that would have gotten him anywhere, because, you know, just one Goblin Hut would be able to pull both of those E giants, and then both towers would be working on the E giant. Yeah, I don't double E giants maybe could have helped, but that would have been too much of an elixir expenditure, and then Lucas would just go for some cheap wall breakers, minor spam to get a lot of damage. Ian definitely couldn't afford to go double E giant there. Hello, Sugar. How you doing? Hello. I mean, it's a tricky matchup, but at a pro level, it could go either way. It could go either way. It's just Lucas was really good at maintaining the 3-card cycle and just keeping these mighty miners in the back. Ian couldn't really do a thing about that. And Ian definitely could have gone for some Golden Knight Nados there. Since NATO doesn't kill Spear Goblins anymore, I feel like he could have definitely got a connection that way. It would have really only netted him just the Golden Knight dash, because Lucas would have been able to body block for the rest of the Golden Knight, but definitely could have gotten some connections that way. 53-47. Well, if it's 53-47, Royale API doesn't tell the full story, especially at a high level, because, you know, that's just the, like, maybe if you search top 1,000, later you'll get a more accurate picture, but this is the highest of the highest gameplay right here. The matchup is going to be drastically different than when it takes into account at, like, you know, worse players, just the average Joe Schmo player. You know, that's it. Those are most people included in those metrics there. What was the matchup? It was Mighty Miner, Goblin Hut, Miner, Wall Breakers, Poison, Cycle from Lucas, and then Ian was playing E-Giant. E-Giant with Golden Knight, Evo Inferno Dragon, Goblin Hut 2, and the Evo Bomber. And I'm forgetting the rest of the support cards, but yeah, that's basically the gist of the matchup. I think it could have gone either way. I'm not entirely sure of the matchup, but it wasn't that one-sided of a matchup. Both sides could have won, and Lucas just ended up coming out on top, even with that early King Tower activation from Ian. Yeah, I think it definitely falls a little bit in Lucas's favor. But again, either side could have won that. And we are seeing Cannoneer from Ian, so that, you know, when you see Cannoneer again, that just guarantees that it's going to be Miner. It's going to be Miner Mortar Cycle. Only deck competitively that plays Cannoneer. And Lucas opting for some Monk and Royal Ghost. Are we going to be seeing RG or some other type of deck? Okay, with the E-Spirit, it's definitely looking like it's going to be RG. Good E-Spirit to clean up that Skeleton King ability. Definitely going to be seeing a Monk ability to take out that cannon card. And arrows do get reflected for a little bit of chip damage. I always find it weird how arrows work. Like, the radius is so big, but they all, like, converge on the tower. It's kind of interesting how it works. Yeah, Lucas's deck is definitely... Lucas's last deck was solid on defense for sure. And what's going on, Max? Hello. Lucas rocking the Evo Firecracker in this. You don't usually see Firecracker in Royal Giant, but I guess, you know, he's just getting it. Lucas is just getting it out, trying to keep other options for a potential third match here. And Firecracker is definitely decent with Royal Giant. King Tower activations don't matter, and Firecracker can allow an opportunity for extra chip. King Tower is activated by Ian, but that's not really going to matter. in the end. A lot of Skeleton Dragon chip is allowed on the right-hand side, as well as the Skeleton King. E-Spirit isn't going to be able to clean up all that swarm. Does get a King Tower activation, which is going to be a lot huger there. That was honestly up to higher powers there if Lucas got the King Tower activation there, but a Skeleton spawned perfectly on the King Tower to be able to activate it for Lucas, so that's definitely going to help him out a lot. Even with the Cannoneer, natural damage deficit. Princess Tower starting at, I believe, 30-52 health, and the Cannoneer starting at 26-16. That's just a natural 400 damage deficit you start with if you're playing Cannoneer, which is why we don't see a lot of pros opting to play it. But it's going to be very hard for Lucas here to break through into a Mortar and the Cannoneer, which is going to do so much DPS to these Royal Giants. So if Lucas is going to go for an RG push, he's going to want to either use it to spam just for pressure and understand that he's not going to get that much damage, or he's going to want to go in for a Monk. But there's so many other things in this matchup that you want to use the Monk on, so it's going to be a very defensive game here from Lucas. RG does come down to deal with that Evo Mortar, but it's going to get teared up by the Skeleton Dragons. You don't see any more support for these Skeleton Dragons, opting to go for a Miner. On the left-hand side, to rack up some chip, Ian with the comfortable damage lead so far, and pretty comfortable matchup overall. And here's definitely a huge help. Firecracker is allowed on the tower for one shot. Monk timed perfectly to get 2 Cannoneer reflections on that tower. Lucas almost sneaking into the damage lead. E-Spirit at the bridge there to knock out the cannon cart. He's got nothing for the bats now. Needs to fireball, and that is devastating for Lucas there. -2 trade. That's going to set him back and make him play a lot more passive. Ian just sets up a defensive mortar to help cycle to the Evo, as well as just keep a solid defense on the board so that Lucas isn't able to RG. Lucas knows he's not able to RG, and he's just cycling support units left and right, but does go for the Evo RG finally on left-hand side. Mortar comes down in the middle. Evo bats to help chip it away. Fireball comes down on the mortar. Is that going to allow an RG connection there? Barely doesn't get an RG connection there. E-Spirit comes down on basically nothing for Lucas here. Monk does have a lot of health and is going to be able to tank those bats. Lucas opting to start the fireball cycle now, understanding that he needs to get into the damage lead here. Ian is going to need to get some decent Miner chip here. Miner is picked up by the Fisherman there. Lucas understands that he's going to want to opt for the safe spot. Ian is going to want to opt for the safe spot, having King Tower activated. Skeleton King Swarm does come down here, but Monk ability is popped just in time to keep those Skeleton Dragons from splashing on the tower. But Miner chip, Bats chip is coming down for Ian. Lucas is going to need a fireball to get the tower on his advantage. Oh, Arrows comes down. Arrows comes down and takes the game for Ian there. It was really close. Lucas would have taken it without those arrows. He did defend just barely at the end there, with I believe a 5 HP advantage, but Ian had the arrows there last second, and the Miner chip racked up, and Ian takes game 2 here. Going to the final game of this set. Yeah, really close game there. Really close game there. Yeah, I'd be pissed too. That was a really close game there. I didn't really expect it to be that close. Going into Lucas with RG going into Cannoneer and Mortar was definitely a rough time for him. His best and Ian having a whole lot of Swarm. E-Spirit wasn't able to deal with all of that. E-Spirit is, basically a 1-to-1 counter against the regular bats, but with the Skeleton King Swarm as well, he's not able to defend everything that he wants there. So GG to both players there. Yeah, it's hard for Lucas to break through at all. We saw that desperation fireball just to hit the mortar, not seeking for any other value. And if that RG there with that going into that mortar with the fireball, that RG almost barely got a shot. The match would have probably gone to Lucas if it were for that that one RG shot to get through. Honestly, that game, if anything, if a single thing went Lucas's way. One single more thing, Lucas would have taken that, which is definitely surprising that he was able to pull that off. But these games, good matchup or bad matchup, as long as it's like, you know, on the realm of like 70-30, 60-40, either player could take it. Yeah, Mortar isn't going to be used on offense. Mortar on offense would be a huge mistake in that matchup. We did see early on that Ian used his first Evo Mortar on offense, but you know that was just countered by the RG. And a double elixir, that's a good play. Gets out RG. It's a -2 trade for Lucas to defend it. The Evo Mortar with an RG. But once again, the triple elixir, you know, over defending isn't that much of an issue. Because you just need to keep damage off the tower, especially when both sides are opted to just chip away at the other. Spending more elixir on defense isn't as detrimental because it regenerates so fast. And you won't often find yourself starved of elixir unless your opponent is really bridge spamming you. Which you can't really do heavy bridge spam with a minor chip deck. A minor mortar chip deck, you know. The bait is a little bit of bridge spam, but Lucas was doing a stellar job of defending that, even though he didn't have that crazy swarm defense. But the Monk was definitely playing in his favor there 100%. Monk able to deflect that cannon cart, making it almost useless for Ian there. Is Ian sick? I mean, who knows, but he's just playing in bed. A lot of these players have been playing in very comfortable positions. Lucas dialed in the gamer chair. Ian just aura farming, just chilling in bed. I guess that's his optimal playing position. Yeah, it is a little interesting. Yeah, the contrast is funny. You saw Mo Light just chilling on his couch too, like his fancy schmancy golden couch with the palms in the background. And then we see Ian playing from his bunk bed. All right, getting into match 3 here. Winner takes all here. By all, I don't mean winner takes set. And you know that's pretty big. It's pretty big. Ian's starting with the princess at the bridge, catching Lucas off guard. Even the pro players aren't expecting the princess at the bridge first play. It's really hard to react. But now that Lucas knows princess in cycle, he's definitely going to have stuff hovered. And Lucas bringing out the chef. Lucas bringing out the royal chef in competitive. Oh boy. And it doesn't look like it's going to be a Goblin Giant deck here either. It could be just like a P.E.K.K.A bridge spam or something. I'm extremely surprised to see a chef. It's not a very competitive tower. But I guess Lucas has opted for the level advantage for him. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Level 13 Idrag. That is going to be defended by a princess. How much damage does that get Lucas? Not too much. Seen a boss bandit too. Wow, I'm extremely surprised to see Chef. I don't know if Chef has been brought out in competitive yet. And we're seeing fast cycle bait deck from Ian, rocking the skeletons and the ice spirit. And the Mighty Miner. He's got Inferno Tower for any potential tanks, whatever Lucas could possibly be running. Maybe it's a Ram Rider deck. Maybe it's like a Giant deck. I'm not entirely sure. This is the final game of the set, yes. But there's a lot more. A lot more to come. Man, I'm flabbergasted. That Lucas is rocking this chef here. Pancake does go to the bomber there, unfortunately. Not really that useful to have a level 12 bomber. Lucas hasn't taken too much damage so far. And with the new chef buff, we can see on the right-hand side, new chef got a 6% HP buff to its tower. So its HP is almost even with the princess tower to start. It's a little more than 100 damage down. But it's still almost on par with the princess, which definitely makes it a lot more viable of a unit. We do see a split lane barrel push come down, getting some decent chip on both sides, and Lucas allows an Evo Dart Goblin back on the left-hand side. Ian with a huge damage advantage here. Not having any big spell, Ian needs to keep up the spam and the chip here for sure. Lucas definitely isn't liking what's going on here so far. Definitely a very risky choice to go with, honestly, whatever deck he's played. I'm still not entirely sure what this last card could be, but obviously it's of no use to Lucas as of yet. Heal Spirit doesn't end up really helping that much against the Goblin Barrel as well. Almost sub 1,000 health on that. Princess was threatening to get a splash shot there. Inferno Tower is defending with those skeletons and is able to boil down that boss bandit there. Bandit is going to be able to dash on that Dark Goblin. Bandit is not allowed on the tower. Ice Spear comes down barely in time. Princess is getting chipped on the right-hand side. Ian doing a good job of keeping split lane pressure up, but opting to go for more damage on that left-hand side, and he is getting it for sure. Lucas only having arrows as a spell against this bait is really detrimental for him. Ian has such a huge matchup advantage here, largely due to Lucas's risky pick here. Does have the Ram Rider, as I predicted. Arrows come down. Arrows come down on that Inferno Tower. That is going to allow a Ram Rider to charge, but Mighty Miner doesn't end up locking off that Ram Rider and is able to effectively defend it. Princess gets on the tower, and Ian is going to take this game. Just one more log or a Princess shot, and that's going to finish it off. Very risky pick from Lucas. I honestly should have definitely opted for something more consistent, but Ian definitely happy about that. Kind of getting a free match going into that Chef. After that blowout, I don't expect to see any more Chef hopefully played in this set. Lucas being knocked down in the loser's bracket and Ian continuing his run in the winner's bracket. Yes, devious smile indeed. I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face if I beat somebody playing Royal Chef as well. With that type of matchup as well. Yeah, he's definitely happy about that. Yeah, dunked on by somebody in bed. Well, I mean, I hope usually most Clash Royale players are playing somewhere comfy. Most normal people don't really play Clash Royale in a gaming chair. Like not even I do while streaming. I just got some random IKEA office chair that cost me like $40. What did Ian do to you? He's just running a bait spamming deck. That's a very popular deck at a high competitive level. I mean high competitive level. So Lucas disqualified? No, he's not disqualified at all. This is just one monthly final. All of these players, if they don't win the golden ticket, even if they win the golden ticket, can come back in the next qualifiers. So whoever wins this could just play, like, let's just say Mo wins this, which wouldn't be surprising. Mo wins this, gets the golden ticket. He can play in the next monthly finals too. He just doesn't get another golden ticket. You know, he's just fighting for the prize money. But any one of these players, if they make it through the other stages and get to this point, will be able to play. I believe there's 5 monthly finals for 5 golden tickets, unless I'm mistaken. But there's a decent amount of golden tickets from these monthly finals, and golden tickets from Letter as well. Yeah, Ian definitely looks like a favorite to win this. We're going to be seeing Vtor versus Ian in the winner's bracket. And we have the loser's bracket determined here as well. It's going to be Lucas versus Mo and Adriel versus Sub. These are going to be exciting matches in the loser's bracket here for sure. Yeah, all monthly finals. I mean, yeah, if you play Clash Royale full time, you're going to want to be competing for any share of that prize money you can get. I wonder how long this is gonna go. Like the warm-ups matches usually took around like 3 to 3.5 hours, but I think this is gonna go a little longer than that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mo is still kind of the undisputed GOAT of Clash Royale, but even the GOAT is not infallible in this, especially, you know, just the nature of Clash Royale as a game. You know, there's good matchups, there's bad matchups. It's a lot dependent on, you know, what ends up happening in the matchup department. But anyone can win any game. Besides that one Lucas pick with the Chef and stuff, a lot of these decks have been extremely, you know, balanced, well-rounded, versatile, and have many different ways of being able to get damage here. Hello, Grave. Hello, Grave. Yes, of course. How could I forget? Still shocked that the... Yeah, that was kind of a... Yeah, like, I don't know why you'd Yeah, that was kind of lame, honestly. I was hoping for a more contested match, but as far as I remember, he literally just won off some like one Lumberloon push, and then Mo couldn't really do anything. Hey, but that was like a 250 grand Lumberloon game right there. I'm just casting CRL right now, but I might, depending how tired I am, I might go live later today. I'm having a pretty good run in the tournament. I'm 18-1 so far in the mega draft. So if I'm doing anything, I'll be playing that. I'll be running that up afterwards. All right, game one of Adriel versus Sub. Both players fighting to not get knocked out here. So it's gonna a lot more on the line here. Both sides just cycling ice spirits and skeletons, but so far not too much action. We do see a hog from Adriel. Adriel running a hog cycle deck. If I had to guess, it's probably gonna end up being a hog earthquake deck, maybe with firecracker. That's just the most consistent hog deck at this time. Yeah, we do see the Evo firecracker and Sub with E-Spirit, Fireball, and RG. It's 99% likely gonna be RG that Sub is running here. No other decks really use this combo of support cards, the fast cycle and the fisherman. Yeah, we kind of know both players' decks so far. Maybe there's a surprise card in one of their decks, but we are seeing the Evo Hunter from Sub. Evo Hunter had a huge nerf. Now its net doesn't perma-stun units. Its net takes 5 seconds to recharge instead of 4, and only stuns for 3 seconds. So that means even into an Evo Hunter, cards have 2 seconds to try to do whatever they can to take out the Evo Hunter. We are seeing a Mighty Miner Hog push. Definitely very scary. Coming down the right-hand side. Fisherman comes down a little late for Sub, allowing the Hog to get 2 hits instead of 1. Mighty Miner ability almost comes down, but Adriel didn't end up playing that in time. We got a Monk and a Fisherman coming down left-hand side. It'd be a shame not to RG with this into 8 Elixir of support troops as well. Mighty Miner is going to come down on that RG. Mighty Miner plays specifically so that Fisherman doesn't rope it back. E-Spirit comes down to reset the Mighty Miner. Adriel opts to do the bomb swap. But not before that RG gets 3 shots on the tower. That is huge for Sub. Skeletons come down to that Hog. The Mighty Miner was distracting that Hog. So Hog does end up getting 1 hit. A lot closer game now. Monk is spammed at the bridge. Are we going to see an RG come down from Sub? Not yet. Not yet. Sub just opted to spam the Monks to get some reflection damage there. Evo Firecracker comes down, immediately fireballed. Sub understanding that Evo Firecracker, you know, always seems to just sneak on the tower for some random chip damage and is super annoying like that. Evo Tesla cycled in the middle, preparing for this Evo RG on the left-hand side. Sub is probably going to opt to get another RG down with this push eventually. But first, he's got to defend this Hog Mighty Miner push here. Evo Hunter comes down to net that Hog. Sub understanding that he had Evo Hunter in cycle, so he has the opportunity to be able to defend that easily and opt for a more offensive push. Tesla and Firecracker are about to go down. This is Sub's got an opening here to push in. Opts to just cycle his Evos and defend. Prediction Skeletons for a Hog that doesn't come down. Both sides cycling their champions in the back, trying to activate 3-card cycle at this point, and we're gonna see a spell cycle race start soon. Adriel, if I had to guess, hiding an Earthquake here, but it honestly could be any other big spells at this point. Hog is defending with no hits with that E-Spirit Log and Hunter combo from Sub on the right. 2 Teslas stacked. Is that going to be enough to defend this RG Monk push? It is not going to be that. RG is still at about 2/3 health. Sub getting a huge damage advantage on the right-hand side. Is that going to be that looks like another RG shot, and it is. Tower on that right-hand side is now sub 1k HP for Adriel, and he is not in a good spot right now, using the Firecracker to tank for the Hog. Hog is allowed almost 2 shots, just 1 shot on the tower, but Sub able to build up another push here. Have an Evo RG. Monk ability is popped, getting a little bit of reflection chip damage on the tower. 150, about 150 reflection damage to be exact. And Tesla does not come down in time for Adriel. Sub takes game 1 with a ton of RG connections there. Adriel didn't even have an opportunity to start spell cycling and getting some tip damage. Yeah, it was about wraps there once those big pushes started coming down. That the monk ability, even though it didn't end up reflecting anything that much, it's just the 80% damage reduction, allowing it to just take a ton of Tesla and tower shots was huge there for sub. And GG's to both sides. Show the bracket? Boy, I'm casting. They're gonna show the bracket, but I don't have the updated version. But Vtor and Ian are gonna be playing in that match just below the upper bracket. But we're looking at the lower bracket right now, where we're watching Adriel versus Sub right now, and we're gonna be watching Mo Light versus Lucas, where it says loser of 16. I don't have like the automatically updating version, but they have it. They have it on the live feed, so hopefully they show it soon, just for clarity. Yeah, I mean, all of these players have been playing all these decks for years. Some just play, you know, decks more than others. RG is a very consistent competitive deck, and just a consistent ladder deck almost every season. Yeah. I mean, you can't really say a deck is scummy. It's just hard to defend, especially for the average player. But a pro caliber player should be able to defend that decently. But the whole point of that deck is to just spam bait. It's gonna be more on a pro level. The players playing that fast bait cycle. It's gonna be more about just trying to be extremely annoying with the bait units that stick on your side of the arena, like the Dark Goblins and the Princesses, and like defensive gangs and guards and stuff like that. But at a lower caliber, it's kind of more just about spamming bait as fast as you possibly can, and then your opponents mess up against it. When we've been seeing bait, there hasn't really been that many bad defenses against it, but the Dark Goblins and Princesses just get so much value that it ends up winning the bait player the game when the bait player prevails. Yeah. I mean, yeah, log bait has been popular since its conception a while ago. It's definitely not players a favorite deck to face off against it, especially if you don't really have that many good counters to it. And what are we doing, Logic? What are we doing? We got the chat on baby mode for a reason. Brother. Even though that didn't go through, you can't be talking like that. Come on. Trying to run a professional broadcast. I might be able to submit this. And you're talking crazy. Talking crazy just over a mobile game. Come on. Come on, grow up. What did I say? The only few people here are arguing over dicing, and just enjoy the gameplay. Just enjoy the gameplay. Pedro is not in this. Pedro is not in the final 8. We're gonna see Phoenix from Sub here. Phoenix honestly doesn't really tell us much. Phoenix is just a very versatile unit all around. Sub does end up getting the King Tower activation. Seeing NATO and Phoenix could mean that this is gonna be an E-Giant deck, maybe? You see an Evo Battle Ram from Adriel. So it's gonna be sort of a bridge spam deck. It looks like Sub has got an E-Giant deck going here. Golden Knight ability perfectly timed to make sure that Battle Ram isn't able to connect onto the tower. Both sides rocking the Golden Knight, and it's about 99% gonna be E-Giant here from Sub. He's got all the classic E-Giant support cards. Barb does get a swing on the left-hand side, but only minimal chips so far for Adriel. Yeah, Sub rocking the E-Giant. I'm surprised to see a few people playing E-Giant. They're definitely vying for specific matches with the E-Giants, and Adriel not having a building is definitely going to work out in Sub's favor here, for sure. Mother Witch is able to deal with that Phoenix, but Sub NATOs it in to make sure it is off the board. Bomber cycled in the back. Adriel's going to be having the Evo Battle Ram next, so Sub has to watch out for that. Especially since Cannon itself doesn't just soak that. But little known thing, you could actually use the E-Giant to stun an Evo Battle Ram, because the Evo Battle Ram technically like attacks units when it shoves them back. So we might be seeing that play brought out. Very rare play to see, but yeah, who knows? Who knows if these pros decide it's worth their elixir? They know this stuff. They're gonna pull out these plays. NATO does come down on the Ewiz, and I'm surprised to see that Ghost decided not to help prevent that. One Evo Bomber shot does come down, but that's not too devastating. Evo Cannon is going to be able to answer that Evo Battle Ram there for sure. We haven't seen an E-Giant yet. Adriel's probably, if I had to guess, he's got arrows and maybe a big spell or another spam unit in this deck, but it could be anything. Could be anything going to game 2 of this set. Golden Knight does get some good value there, dashing both the Ewiz and the Mother Witch. I mean, sorry, he was in the Ghost there. Bomber's just sitting there dealing with those Mother Witch pigs. Sub has been diligent at dealing with these Mother Witch pigs, not letting any chip through here so far. It was a cleanup. It goes there. Lightning comes down from Sub. I mean, yeah, Lightning is always used in E-Giant, basically confirming that it's going to be E-Giant, but Sub not opting to use it yet. It's probably going to be let out in triple here soon. But the reason Sub hasn't played as E-Giant is because Adriel's playing Bridge Spam. The E-Giant is a 7 elixir commit, and that would allow Adriel the opportunity to just go all in opposite lane and get a devastating Bridge Spam push going. Evo Cannon doesn't end up hitting the Ewiz, so basically that's just going to be a normal cannon there. Barrage doesn't get any value at all. Phoenix played for that Golden Knight on the left-hand side. Barbell to pick up the Ghost, not allowing it on tower. Both sides have had stellar defense so far, and Adriel actually bringing out the Lightning. Could be Lightning arrows or maybe Lightning only spell. I wouldn't expect that. Honestly, Adriel probably has arrows last card. And there's nothing really for Adriel to use arrows on, so I'd expect it really not to be played so far. Lightning comes down, huge value Lightning on that Ewiz and Mother Witch, but it's on the weak side tower, so Sub not getting too much spell chip damage right now. Sub about a Lightning behind than chip damage on both towers so far. Phoenix connects on the right hand side for Sub, making that the low side tower. Doesn't look like Adriel is going to be able to break through for support units, so he opts to go for the Lightning to take this game here. Pretty close match. That Evo Bomber was looking scarily close to the tower, but Adriel made sure that didn't have the opportunity to line up, and he takes game 2. We're going to game 3 of this set. GG's here. No amount of money, Chun-chan Maru. No amount of money, I'll pass on that. I mean, I think E-Giant's fine as a card. Golem could use a little bit of a buff. Nobody really likes to play against Golem, but Golem is only meta with Chef, and that's basically how you know it's just like kind of a brainless deck. It doesn't really require that much skill. Golem is all about like strategy, you know. People say decks are no skill, but every deck is on a spectrum of skill and strategy. There are definitely some decks that are like much easier to play than others, but you can't really say a deck is just brainless, because it either has a high aspect of skill or strategy. Even E-Golem, honestly, unless you're one of those players who just stacks up the same push every time and hopes the other player can't defend. Unfortunately. It's my main deck. I don't really run any main deck, honestly. I don't really have a main deck. I'm kind of comfortable with anything. I'd say if I don't really play cycle decks too much, but really anything else I can play. I can play well with. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's just meta dependent. I don't think E-Giant is a bad card at all. I think it's solid where it is, but you know, E-Giant is just matchup dependent and therefore meta dependent. So yeah, you'll see it pop in and out, but E-Giant is definitely very weak to buildings and a lot of cards have buildings on this meta, especially with Goblin Hut being good. You know, Goblin Hut doesn't like get reflected by the E-Giant, and also Goblin Hut is a very good counter. Not exactly on paper, you know, Goblin Hut, the Spirit Goblins die to the E-Giant, but you know, it's about just cutting it to the middle and utilizing your Princess Towers to take it out. What would a 3M buff even be though? Like I don't know how a 3M could possibly be buffed. It's just kind of a niche deck, honestly. It's kind of a niche deck. 3M decks are definitely annoying to play against, yeah. I mean, yeah, I think 3M doesn't really need to be touched, honestly. I think it's fine just where it is. Yeah, Evo Val can be annoying. Everyone hates a lot of Evos. Everyone hates a lot of Evos. Name one Evo that's fun to face. I'll wait. I'll wait. There's not really much that's like fun to face unless you counter it. Like any deck that counters you, you're not really gonna have fun against. Like necessarily. The fun is in like conquering that deck and, you know, standing up to the challenge of beating it. I mean, Valk Evo, I think it's fine. It's just hard to use for the average player. Like it can be detrimental, and hello Quaxalot as well, welcome man. But it can be pretty detrimental. Because sometimes the NATO just works against you, but a really good player with Evo Valk will be able to utilize it. Utilize it and get a lot of value out of it. 5 instead of 9. So I can run it in MK. Oh my god. Well, if it's 5 instead of 9, everyone's going to be running it, but I guess you can plop a MK on that. Alright, we are getting into the last game of the set here. Sub starting out with a Goblin Barrel. Adriel with the Monk in response. Gets a few Goblin stabs there. Not enough to really even make that tower look like it's taking any damage. Guards an Ice Spirit in response to the Monk. They're going to be able to clean that up. Adriel opts to not spend the 1 elixir for a little bit of chip. Princess to snipe the Goblin Hut. Evo Witch does come down. Interesting. Got a Monk Evo Witch deck. Wonder what this could be. And then Sub just clearly running the running bait fast spam. With the Evo Valk as well. We've seen a lot whenever Valk is played, it's usually Evo Valk. Which, you know, just goes to show. Evo Valk definitely doesn't need a nerf. It's just a lot better for higher caliber players. The average player who doesn't play Valk much is gonna struggle to get good value with the Evo Monk there. Hell, I'll give you 10 more if we're talking like that. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Very, very immature, especially to do it like family friendly. Like, clearly you know if your messages are being held. Clearly you're aware. So Evo Tesla and Evo Snowball not being run here by Sub, opting for the Evo Valk. That just goes to show even more. Sub has 5 potential Evos in this deck, and he's choosing the Evo Valk over all the others. Interesting deck we're seeing from Adriel here too. Could this be like a weird graveyard deck, maybe? Monk ability is perfectly timed to take out that Princess though and get some chip on both towers there. Valk does come down on the left for that bomber. Okay, he's got a curse. Hits the curse in the zap there to turn those Goblin Barrel into his own there. Interesting. I'm still unsure. I'm still honestly unsure of what Adriel's last card could be, but curse is definitely gonna be interesting. But Adriel is not really gonna get that much value since Sub ended up running guard instead of a gang or something like that. RG, we're seeing RG from Adriel. That is definitely another option that works well with this deck. Pretty interesting RG deck here. But RG is going to put on some pressure on the left-hand side, but Tesla is able to clean it up and Snowball gets that Witch off the tower. Neither side with a huge damage advantage yet, but Sub with the advantage a little bit. Adriel doesn't have that good of spells to deal with this Goblin Barrel. He's got a Zap and Curse every time. Zap Curse combo does deny all damage from the Goblin Barrel, but it's gonna be frustrating to have to expend 4 Elixir every time for a Goblin Barrel, especially when it gets to its Evo form and it's used split lane. Monk does come down on the right hand side, as well as the RG. Huge push from Adriel here. Sub not having any big spell to deal with this is devastating here. RG is locked onto that Tesla. Tesla is going to be able to take it out, but Evo Witch is still going strong, splashing on that Little Prince, and that does almost get Adriel into the lead, but not so far. Sub with a great defense here. Beautiful Tesla to pick off, well, to pick at the RG and not get and not target any of the other swarm there. Curse and Zap does come down to deal with that Goblin Barrel. As long as Sub keeps defending, cycling princesses in the back to make him get value, and spamming those Goblin Barrels so that Adriel has to commit a lot of elixir and defending well. A lot of things Sub has to keep track of, but he should be able to win this easily if he plays perfectly. Adriel definitely has a wacky deck, but having no big spell and an somewhat easily defendable Witch's here is going to be tough. But Adriel is stacking up a whole lot of support units here. If he can get another RG down, that definitely will be scary. Curse comes down on the guards, but it doesn't really do anything, unfortunately for Adriel. 2 Teslas come down. That's going to be able to... RG? Oh, almost locks onto the tower there. It was targeting the tower for a split second, but Ice Spirit resets it onto the Tesla, and Tesla was luckily activated there at the last second. Goblin Barrel does get a few stabs on the left-hand tower, and Adriel knows he can't come back at this point. Sub takes it with bait spam. Adriel with a little bit of a risky pick last time, but yeah, just a really, really tough matchup going into this bait spam. So GG's to both players. Adriel is now out of this competition, and Sub is given the opportunity to push further into this bracket. Yeah, a lot of people been playing. A lot of people been playing Evo Valk. You can definitely utilize it. Utilize it and get a ton of it. A ton of damage. You don't even need to have NATO. Just any card that manipulates the position of the opponent's cards is huge, especially for high skilled players like Evo Snowball, Fisherman, NATO, and Evo Valk too. I'm forgetting if there's any others like Log, other knockback cards. But those are the big 4 that can really like push troops around to your advantage there. Yeah, log bait definitely could use a bit of a nerf. Maybe like a Goblin Barrel deploy time nerf. Like instead of 1 second, it takes like 1.2 seconds or something. I think that could be in order. Just like a small nerf to make it less likely to just like immediately get chip. I don't think Goblin Barrel has been touched for a while. Yeah, Goblin Barrel needs like at minimum its Evo needs a nerf so that it's like decoy goblins. They have less health, but they also need to do less damage. Like a 50% damage nerf on the decoy goblins, so you don't need to like respond to it the exact same as the regular goblins would be huge. Because sometimes you're in a position where the decoy goblins do just as well as the regular goblins, and then you just basically get a duplicated, you just get a double Goblin Barrel. So I should definitely do less damage. Well, yeah, it's not only the barrel, but, the barrel is what makes the deck. The barrel is what makes, Gob Barrel bait. Like, bait is just going to be an archetype that exists no matter what. There's a lot of bait cards, we've been seeing that Suspush, Wallbreaker one. Like, bait is just a part of the game, and it's here to stay. But, like, Goblin Barrel specifically has been meta since the beginning of time. Before Clash Royale was even invented, log bait was meta. 10%, 15% amplification. Yeah, like, Curse is kind of a gimmicky card. It's fun to play, but I'm not exactly a fan of it, like, being somewhat competitive. Like, it's a card that, turns your opponent's troops into goblins. Like, that's about as gimmicky as it gets. It's like on par with clone or something. So yeah, like, I wish there was a way to nerf like the goblin aspect of it, because the damage amplification is kind of the balance part of it. The fact that it like spawns goblins is, the weird part. But I wouldn't know honestly how to I wouldn't know how to fix that. I wouldn't know how to like nerf that. And nothing like springs to mind. Any ideas for that? Yeah, infinite poison needs to go too. Every second the Dark Goblin isn't shooting, it should like scale down to poison level. That would still make it would still do a ton of DPS, but it wouldn't like, after it dies, it wouldn't melt an entire push. Like, that's just beyond broken. That's just beyond broken. Like, anything with infinite stuff, like Evo Skeletons at their peak was mega annoying. Evo Idrag at its peak with the infinite chain was super annoying. I forget if there's any other like infinite cards. Is one of the most balanced cards. Oh my god, no, it is not. Okay, we're seeing Lucas bring out the bush. It's interesting to see what pros do with bush. A big mistake I've realized when I've been playing bush like bridge spam myself is that I always play bush the bridge, like just to put on pressure. But a lot of pros will just play bush in the back just to cycle, and it eventually poses a threat, or it can potentially bait out a spell. And Lucas is playing Goblin Barrel with the sus bush, an interesting bait deck there. Lucas opts not to pop the Mighty Miner ability, maybe not realizing he had the opportunity to do so. But that would have been some very decent damage there, for sure. Dark Goblin is allowed to connect. Mo Light does allow that to connect on the right-hand side. And it looks like Mo is going to be playing that Lava Lightning deck, if I had to guess from seeing all these support troops. So if I had to give my take on it, I think Lucas definitely has the upper hand here with all that bait spam, Mo Light having such a heavy deck. And Evo Dark Goblin, when it's in cycle, if it gets a few shots on that Lava Hound, it's just going to melt the entire thing. Yeah, I think we've seen Princess or like a bait deck. It feels like every player has played a bait deck in one of these sets. That is a decent lava push that Mo's got going so far. Needs to use a Mighty Miner to tank. Mo rocking the regular Inferno Dragon here. This deck doesn't usually run it, but it's not gonna prove too useful in this matchup. Honestly, I don't really know what the Inferno Dragon was for. It didn't get too much value. Split lane barrel spam comes down, and Lucas has gotten huge damage on Mo's right-hand tower so far. Mo doesn't have really that much damage to show for it so far. Cage comes down to be able to soak the bush there. But every response Mo Light has to Lucas's bait spam is just so expensive. It's either an even or negative trade, and Lucas just has so much of it, doing a ton of damage on the left-hand side. Again, not opting to use an ability. I'm kind of confused on that. That would be getting Lucas so much extra chip damage there. Arrows comes down on the Goblin Barrel, Valk to take care of that bush. But Lucas has still got both of Mo towers sub 1k HP. And a pretty decent amount of health remaining on both his towers. Lightning comes down, split lane barrel push. Lucas takes out Mo's tower with that. And Lucas takes game 1 here. Not the best pick from Mo Light, especially having Inferno Dragon in there. Just got him absolutely 0 value. And Mo a little frustrated about that. Lucas takes game 1, GG's. I don't know what that list is, but Lucas gotta be up there. Lucas gotta be up there. Not too biased, but Lucas is definitely... he's really good, and I'd still say he's underrated, honestly. I'd still say he's underrated. He was in CRL World Finals last year. Didn't have the best performance because he was, pitted against Mo Light last year in the finals, but he still put on an impressive performance then. There's actually a chat going on. I gotta scroll to see what's going on. It's called a hero? Oh boy. It better not be a new rarity. It better not be a new rarity. If that happens, then they've officially run out of ideas and we're kind of cooked. Because they're going to make it more expensive than a champ if that's, like, a new rarity. I hope that's not a thing. Yeah, skip like that. Like, for 3 elixir, the fact that you can melt any beatdown push, that's why that's why beatdown isn't strong. That's why beatdown isn't strong this meta, because there's just so many cheap counters that can melt an entire push. I have seen the new champion. I mean, who hasn't? Who hasn't at this point? If you keep up with the socials in any way, shape, or form, you've heard about it. You've heard about it. Yeah, it's honestly changed, but you know, some players just quit the game, you know, move on with their lives, do other stuff. So even if those previous players played like before Evos, you know, the list would be a lot different. At the highest level, Evos make the game more skilled, as they're harder to defend and have more unique mechanics. Evos, I have grown to like Evos as long as they're not broken. No, DMS is not top 5. That is not our goats. Maybe yours, but not our goats. But yeah. Yeah, Evos definitely make the game, like, at the highest level more skillful, because there's more thing you need to keep track of Evos in cycle. You need to worry about Evos. Evos are like, yeah, a lot of, like, at the normal level, Evos are just kind of broken and get a lot of value, especially if you can't counter them, but Evos increase the depth of the game a lot at the highest level. Honestly. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, well, same thing here. The game has evolved hugely. The game has evolved hugely since the old days, and players have become better overall. Like, as a game or a sport progresses, you know, the average skill cap, the average skill level is just gonna go up and up and up. And these players, any one of these players would destroy their counterparts. Any of these players' counterparts from like a few years ago. Any of these players, because they've gotten, you know, they just naturally get so much better. They just naturally get so much better, and the game evolves. So you know, they're more in tune with the, you know, current cards. Current cards. Yeah, I have to put it to maximum because you're saying crazy stuff. I want it to be I'd prefer it to be professional. You know, there's literally no mods here, even though I pinned all of them. Maybe one of them could help, but like, yeah, there's literally been no mods here the entire time. If I'm correct, so you know, automod gotta do its thing. Automod goes do its thing. Oh yeah, true. I mean, at the same time, I don't know how a mod with perhaps your name would really look, but yeah, I got you on that later. I got you on that later. Yeah, two worlds just named Moogie and Mo. Moogie and Mo have a lot of accolades there. I do not want it, Chris. All right, we're just waiting for Lucas with the is Mo gonna be knocked out in the losers bracket again? I'd be excited to see Lucas win. I'm definitely not biased at all, but you know, it would be an upset, even though both players are of stellar playing capacity, I guess. Okay, Lucas rocking Evo Archers and Evo Ice Spirits. I kind of doubt it's gonna be Expo, but as a ladder player myself, that's immediately where my mind went to. And you know, the drop, the pit in your stomach when you know you're facing Expo, whether you counter it or not, it's just gonna be annoying. But Lucas just opted to use Evo Arch as a support card here. Looks like we got a minor cycle deck on our hands. And Mo Light's gonna be rocking that Evo Witch Graveyard deck, probably with the last 3 cards gonna be Goblin Hut, Poison, and Graveyard, unless he's throwing something in there. Not exactly sure of Lucas's cards so far. It looks like he's playing a little bit of a hodgepodge deck. It's still gonna probably be a balancing good deck, but just, you know, use support troops. Use support troops that aren't gonna be necessarily useful in a potential third game. Gonna still be a balanced deck, but you know, Lucas just assuming that he's not gonna, you know, you can't guarantee that you're gonna go 2-0 here. Okay, Lucas rocking minor rocket cycle here. And Molite with the early graveyard. Evo Archer's already cycled from Lucas. He doesn't have enough elixir to really play into this besides. Oh yeah, not gonna even see an Ice Spirit. Those archers are just gonna go down. Mo isn't gonna let Evo Archers on. Because Evo Archer's just naked. Just one of them will get two shots for double damage. So you can't really let that on the tower. Both sides not having too much damage dealt to the name. Evo Ice Spirit Minor comes down. Evo Knight to soak the Evo Ice Spirit. Evo Knight is going to walk back into the tower, though, and freeze it. So that's some good minor chip from Lucas so far. And Lucas is rocking the Monk. Monk is going into this Evo Knight here to counter it. Interesting deck we got going on. Haven't even seen Lucas's last card. But Archers, especially, are going to be really good for cleaning up this graveyard. Archers, Log, Ice Spirit. Graveyard does still get a decent amount of chip for Mo, and that's going to rocket him into the damage lead here. Monk reflection damage and minor does put the lead, put the damage advantage back into Lucas's favor. Skeletons in the perfect position to counter those spear goblins there. The game is at a standstill now. Mo often do some split lane pushes here, forcing out a lot of elixir to defend this graveyard and getting an Evo Witch on the tower. On the left-hand side, Evo Archer is able to deal with that well, but not before Witch gets 3 shots on the left side tower. If anyone's noticed anything about this game, it seems like every single deck always plays split lane. If you always go same lane, especially at the highest level, then you're kind of making a mistake. You can force out. A lot of times, either going split lane, you know, allows you to go in and get split damage on whatever tower you want, or just threatens the opponent to need the, you know, forces out elixir from the opponent. So these players playing at the higher caliber, you know better than the average player, and they know when to go split lane and not. And usually it's a benefit to go split lane in almost every matchup. Mo like getting some decent graveyard chip as well with the poison. This is a very contested game so far. Both of these decks are gonna get a lot better in triple elixir. So I'm not entirely sure who's gonna have more of an advantage going into this triple elixir set, but Lucas is gonna be able to start slinging rockets, and Mo Light's gonna start going more aggressive with these graveyards. And honestly, you know, Mo can't do anything about rocket spam. But Lucas, it's going to be up to how well Lucas defends these graveyards. And honestly, just graveyard RNG. And Mo's going to have to put on a lot of pressure here to prevent Lucas from just simply being able to go minor and rocket chip on that left-hand tower. Lucas with a tiny damage lead, but it's not very pivotal at this moment. Either side could really take this. 30 seconds left in the match. Another graveyard cycle just immediately as that other graveyard ends. Keeping up the pressure. Utilizing Molite utilizing his fast cycle here, especially in triple elixir, putting on a lot of pressure. Lucas hasn't had any wiggle room to throw a rocket on the tower, but he's gonna have to. He's gonna have to here. Last 10 seconds. Mo getting some decent graveyard chip. Lucas sends in the rocket, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh, no. Lucas takes game 2. 2-0ing Mo Light. He's definitely disappointed about that. But Lucas, with a pretty decent matchup into Mo's graveyard with the Archers. Archers are one of the most effective graveyard counters in the game. And I'm definitely surprised, but Lucas with the upset here. He's definitely excited about that. No matter what you say about these players, greatest hair in CRL takes it. Yeah, 2-0'd after BMing. I guess, I guess he got what was coming. He got what he was coming. Mo should have won. I mean, it was a close match. It was well played. Well played from both sides, but Lucas had some nice deck picks there for sure. For sure. And what's going on in Emiliano? Hello. Ta's been around for a while. He's been in some CRL World Finals. I think he was in last year, if I'm not mistaken. I thought Lucas was hitting a blinker for a second. That's just a big water bottle. Maybe he thought the cameras didn't go off yet or something. he's getting a Nick break to lock in. Yo, what's going on, Jesse, as well? Yeah, I'd say if you're talking about that graveyard minor game, I would say that's in his favor. Yeah, Expo isn't a very good card at all in competitive because a good player will be able to always have a tank down for it, honestly. And then most decks have a big spell, so you know Expo is just gonna be free value to feed a big spell pick. But Expo, like, you know, Expo could always be a potential snipe pick. If you're playing Expo, you're anticipating like the opponent's deck. You're not playing it because it's consistent at all. What's going on, Solaris? Yes. I mean, probably. I try to raid new people every night, so I honestly don't know who you're talking about, but yeah, what's going on, man? Hello. Hell, Batfest is not in this. Even though Batfest finished like top one every season, Proven Expo is like still kind of a boosted deck, at least on ladder. No, Batfest I don't think has competed in CRL in a while, and you know, he's a chronic one trick, so I wouldn't expect him to either. I've seen a few one tricks, like ladder one tricks, crawl their way up into these competitive events, and usually they just get smoked out pretty fast because the pros actually practice besides ladder at like a competitive level against other pro players. They have their analysts. They're very versatile. They can play basically every deck in the game to a certain caliber, you know, a high caliber. All right, looks like we're gonna be seeing Vtor and Ian so far. Looks like we're getting into the best of 5 set so far. Like Ian for 4 years in a row. Well, Ian started actually competing like competitively. He doesn't just play Hog Cycle every time. He doesn't do that at all, and like you don't see him playing Hog Cycle every single game anymore. So you know he's a changed man. He's a changed man. Okay, that's a little you know, Automod's a little strict there, but still, I kind of need it. Kind of need it. Don't have any mods to like let them through, unfortunately. Who is loser of 20? Yeah, loser of 20 is definitely, you know, underrated player for sure. I think I honestly think favorite to win this entire thing. Galdian winning this. Well, he's definitely in the running for it. Hasn't lost yet. Get a look at the prize pool again. For that $50,000 prize pool just on this monthly finals here. Big chunk of change. Riley is I don't know exactly what happened in the first day because I was being employed at my job. But I believe Riley is out. We haven't seen him today, so well yeah, I can tell you Riley is out. Riley is out. Oh, it was a Wi-Fi issue? Jeez. I mean, they can't really reset it for a Wi-Fi issue. That's kind of on, you know, that's kind of on the players, but you know, regardless, you know, that just completely sucks to, you know, lose that to Wi-Fi. Like $1,000. Oh, you better invest in your Wi-Fi if you know you're gonna be a mobile athlete. But you know, that's bad. That's bad. Yeah, Riley ducking. He's scared. He doesn't want to be humiliated here. I guess I don't blame him. I'd claim Wi-Fi issues too. I'd claim Wi-Fi issues too. Oh yeah, I have like there's no mods here, so I just have the auto mod here. You know, it's supposed to be, you know, CRL's got to be a PG event. We'll get silly. We get silly in the night streams, but you know, we're supposed to just, you know, chill and not say anything too crazy in the CRL. We can, you know, we could have fun. We can be entertained without any of the naughty words. Yeah, I don't know. I actually, yeah, it like I guess crazy is as a derogatory term. I guess I don't know. Yeah, automod is definitely not. Like they had maximum automod on the official CRL stream, but they also had like 60-second slow mode. So if you got caught by automod, you just couldn't say something for 60 seconds, and then you had to try to like work around the filters. I mean, there's nobody reading the chat, but still, like to chat with somebody else, that's pretty annoying. Well, we're gonna see Sub and Lucas fighting through the losers bracket next game. Pretty sure this is a best of 5 set coming up here, so this is where things really get exciting. Well, man, why we try to skate? Why we try to get past Autobud? Yeah, loser actually was. Loser actually was. I had to approve it. Can freaky the stream. We'll save the freak for tonight. I don't know if I'll be live tonight. But if I'm not too tired after work, then yeah. Then yeah, I'll continue the Mega Draft tournament. Is the official CR channel? Like, yeah, I don't know how on earth. Like, Morton, you know, is casting in German. I get that. But Juicy literally just streams the exact same feed and he's casting. Like, that's just kind of scummy, dude. Like, I'm just gonna say straight up. Like, he's just farming ad revenue off the same exact stream. Like, and taking the spotlight away from, you know, the official CRL channel. Like that's just come on. Like, you're not even like, you know, influencing the reach of it. People would watch the official CRL channel if it wasn't live there. Okay, I was tripping for a second. I was like, what is going on? But both sides just played their wall breakers at the same time. I had no clue what was going on there. But it looks like we're seeing wall breakers from both sides here. Sub opting for a wall breakers bait spam deck where Lucas looks like he's going for that mighty minor poison deck again. Sub rocking the Dark Goblin, but not the Evo version. We're still yet to see Sub's second Evo. And what's going on, Kiko? Hello. Appreciate you for helping out there. Spirit Goblins on Spirit Goblins. They're going to go ahead and cancel each other out. Miner on the front of the tower there. Yeah, Sub isn't going to have... Sub's not going to have NATO, so Lucas is free to kind of miner wherever he wants in the tower to avoid getting caught. Goblin Nut's going to get some decent value here. Able to soak this Valk. Princess getting some decent value on Sub's side of the arena. We're seeing another Evo Valk fast cycle bait deck with no spell again. I'm really surprised. Like, spells are kind of like a staple of every single deck, but these bait decks that you know, the Hypno popularized by just pushing ladder early season have become extremely meta. You don't really even need spells if you're just constantly spamming and baiting out the opponent's spells, do you? Wall breakers are both going to connect on that Goblin Hut, almost negating it. Both sides of their buildings just sitting on the tower so far. Sub with a little bit of a damage advantage, but not enough to completely turn the game in his favor so far. Double barrel does come down. It's going to be very hard for Lucas to defend both lanes, honestly. He's only really got the log to guaranteed defend some bait pushes. Evo bats are going to be healthier. Princess does get another shot and takes out 4 out of 5 of those Evo bats. Evo bats are not going to end up connecting on the tower for Lucas here. Lucas is definitely not in the most optimal position, but still, anything could happen here. Anything could happen. Wall breakers almost get to the tower. Almost get to the tower there. Wall breakers to tank a goblin stab there and to apply a little bit of pressure. But yeah, Lucas is having a really hard time full defending these goblin barrels, and it just seems to be taking chip every single time. Really needs to save his log for the other support units, otherwise they just get so much value sitting on Sub side. And again, the way people play bait is just have their Dark Goblins and Princess sit on their side of the arena and get defensive value, rather than spamming them at the bridge for little hits of damage. Evo Valk gets a shot on the tower as well. Lucas is really struggling right now. If I had to guess, Sub is going to take it, but you can never count any of these players out. Miner placed at the bridge to take out that 1 HP Princess rather than any other unit like a squishy Spirit Gobs or a Bats. Goblin Hut comes down. Soak both those wall breakers. That's basically the sole purpose of the Goblin Hut. Doesn't really get that much value otherwise, and it's a -2 trade. So Sub definitely looking like he has the matchup in his favor here. And it doesn't look like it's going to change going into the triple elixir. Sub is just going to be able to spam more and more. Wall breakers almost connect to the tower. Force out a log there. Lucas is just in a really bad spot right now. Not having too much damage to his name. Mighty Miner almost looks like it's getting to the tower. But Sub isn't going to let that happen. Gang comes down in the middle to block that. What's going on, Milo? Wall breaker. The second form of the wall breaker almost connects for Lucas there. That could have been a little bit of good damage to bring him back into the game. But going in the triple elixir here, the bait spam's just gonna get more and more crazy. Lucas can't even full defend that goblin barrel, and his Sub's still got 2 princesses on his side of the board, just getting massive value. Predicts the bats to protect the princess too. And he's still got 1 princess goes down, another one takes its place. Dart goblin in the bag too. Looks like Sub's gonna take this one with half a minute left. But I'd love to see a Lucas comeback here, make it a bit of a closer game. Double barrel comes down on both sides. Wall breakers connect, and that looks like it's gonna be GG's. Sub takes game 1 here, the best of 3 sit. You never get Evo Bats value. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a tricky card to use. Like, you need to understand if you're playing Evo Bats. Like, you need to bait out a spell first. Like, if the opponent has, like, Zap or Snowball, you know, they can instantly kill it. Yeah, Evo Bats and they get value are kind of insane, but not too popular of an Evo. Only really in, like, minor decks. Not really used anywhere else. Yeah, yeah, the monk Phoenix meta. Yeah, I'll take log bait meta over whatever that was, or Goblin Machine meta. You remember the 1 week where Goblin Machine rockets did 800 damage to the tower, like double a normal rocket. Like, I don't really know what they were thinking with that one. Like, they were just trying to make the card as broken as possible, but all that does is like encourage a you know, brain dead meta where you just mirror that card and spam it at the bridge over and over again. That was a time to be alive, for sure. Yeah, Evo Bats are definitely underrated, but it's tricky to get value with them sometimes. They can so easily just not get value at all. You have to play them. You have to play them very specifically, and you have to use them on defense first, so that they, you know, they have a few bites and they charge up their damage. But once they do that, they're about as effective as like, they're kind of like souped up minions, honestly. And they're fast, and they have, yeah, and they heal. So yeah, they're kind of better than a pack of minions once they get charged up. E-Giant Mirror meta. Oh my god. E-Giant Mirror Rocket. Need to bring Mirror meta back. I would love a Mirror Evo, honestly. Like, Mirror shouldn't be broken where it's like in every deck, but it should be viable. Like, it should be in a few decks. You know, Mirror honestly makes for some interesting games. Just as a card itself, it's not too effective at all. Yeah, Evo Snowball is insane. It used to be it used to be slept on, honestly. I feel it was still slept on, like, on release. But when they gave it that buff, that rollback buff, it made it so much more effective at pushing units back and put them in the snowball for longer. That it just became a staple in a drill decks, and even that Ram Rider deck too. That interesting Ram Rider deck. Honestly, Evo Xe isn't that bad. It's cause like the base form of Xe is like, you know, not that good. And NATO got a nerf. Man, Evo Xe kind of allows Xe to be played in decks that you know, don't require NATO. Cause the Xe's biggest weakness is when units, like high damage units, get up close on it, and then it's not really effective. But Evo Xe kind of counters that. So every other cycle you can kind of deal with stuff like that. But you know, normal Xe still can't deal with like an E-Barbs or a P.E.K.K.A. Well, Evo Xe can't deal with a P.E.K.K.A. But you know, I think that Evo Xe is fine right now. I mean, it works in Xe decks. That's about it. I think Evo Xe and Hunter are in a good spot right now. They gave the base Hunter a buff as well, which is nice. Yeah, Evo Snowball has been being used, like that one Ram Rider deck, for a few months. Ever since Evo Snowball got buffed and Evo Xe got released, that Ram Rider deck has been a meta. Mirror making a card in Evo shouldn't be a thing, honestly, because, like, you know, not every card has an Evo. And imagine you could place a double Evo card like that. That shouldn't be a thing, honestly. It should, if there was a mirror Evo, it should just like be like the old buffed mirror, and like every other mirror you get a plus a level. Honestly, that would be fine. That would be extremely balanced, honestly. Probably on the weaker side as far as Evos go. Fisherman is going to be able to full counter that hog, and Lucas with a little bit of unorthodox tower troops. Usually when people are playing Cannoneer, it's like guaranteed to be mortar baits, but looks like Lucas is playing, if I had to guess, double small spell RG with the Cannoneer. And that's going to be interesting. Sub opting to run some hog cycle with Firecracker. Firecracker is going to get a little bit of chip damage over there on Lucas's right side tower. And Lucas just goes ahead and cycles an RG early in the back here. I'm interested to see if he's going to try to get to another one, or he's just doing that to force some elixir out of sub. Lucas isn't really in a position to just like cycle to his you know, support units. RG's kind of weird like that, where if you cycle your support units, you don't have a complete defense. The complete RG defense is gonna be rely on Fisherman and Hunter. You don't really want to have to cycle those cards, so getting your Evo RG and cycle is a nice play there. Lucas drops the Monk in the back. All right, so it's gonna be RG Monk going into into a Firecracker hog deck. We've seen this matchup before. Well, similar, and it went in RG's favor, but we'll see this time. Is that going to reflect? Okay, that does reflect Evo Firecracker. Sub gets King Tower, but again, against an RG deck, it's not really going to be too effective. Evo RG is raged up on the tower. Now, Evo RG gets 3 shots, and Monk goes ahead and gets 4 shots on that tower there. That is devastating. Absolutely devastating for sub here. Evo Hunter comes down to net that hog, not allowing it to get any hits. Lucas has had a flawless game so far on defense. Well, never mind. The flawless went out the window with that Firecracker hitting, but Lucas is still in a stellar position as of now. He doesn't have any big spells to finish off the tower, but all he needs is some decent Monk RG pushes. And he can easily break through, you know, just a Tesla, and then deal with these Mighty Miners as well. Sub starting the Earthquake cycle here. A little bit early, not even going in triple yet, but Sub understands he's got a big damage disadvantage right now, and he needs to try to claim that back. Cycling yet another Earthquake, dropping another Evo Firecracker. Skeletons don't allow that to connect. Monk ability comes down just in time to go ahead and kill that Evo Firecracker. And Lucas sets up another RG push, understanding that he needs to start trying to deal some more damage so that Sub simply can't just Earthquake cycle his way into the lead. RG's going to force out a lot of elixir on defense and prevent Sub from going in with these Earthquakes. Well, without being punished, Sub does throw another Earthquake down, but RG's going to one-shot that Tesla. RG does not end up getting a shot on the tower, but we're going to see a Monk reflect there to kill that Firecracker and get a little chip damage. That's going to be Lucas's main source of chip damage there. So Sub has to be diligent of blocking those at the bridge if he doesn't want to let that through. But the damage advantage is more and more starting to look like it's going in Sub's favor there. Cannoneer, having the Cannoneer there prevented the hog hits. So Cannoneer is a pretty decent tower troop choice for this deck, it seems. It's got a decent amount of swarm counters, and going into a hog deck, Cannoneer is definitely super effective. Hunter to predict the hog at the bridge, but Sub just opts to go for some safe Earthquake cycle again. Bar Barrel Rage is going to be able to take out that Firecracker there. Going to be seeing another Monk ability to get some more chip damage. Block the Mighty Miner. Evo Hunter there is going to eventually net down that Mighty Miner there. Yeah, Mighty Miner is stunned. 2 RGs on the board. Log does come down. Almost 3 RGs on the board at the same time. There's a lot of support units there, so Monk isn't going to have RG isn't going to have a chance to lock into that tower. Sub needs to be able to get a hog hit here to take this game. Fisherman is locked onto the guard, not the hog. And Lucas ends up losing this game because of that. And Sub takes the 2-0 set on Lucas, knocking him out of the bracket. That was a close game there. Lucas maintained the lead for a long time, but Sub was able to get it there. And that Fisherman locking on that one guard was what cost him the game there. Yeah, what a comeback indeed. Honestly, that was just there was so much chaos going on there that that guard ended up locking on. There was so much going on. I'm not really, I can't really confidently say if that was just unlucky or it was him. I mean, you know, sub would be spamming guards opposite lane to try to block a fisherman. Maybe if Lucas played it, you know, if a few tiles over, that hog might have been able to be full defended. If that hog was full defended, Lucas would have stayed in the set, but sub takes it to what's going on, Mink? Hello. Anavan, oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't like he's loud and proud about it too. I don't know how you can be proud. I don't know how you can be proud about like purposely trying to force matchups in your favor. Like, you know, that's just kind of stummy stuff. Yeah, that's Lucas X Gamer right there. Unfortunately, not gonna be seeing his gameplay any longer. Gonna be seeing, or I'm honestly too far behind in the bracket to show mine. But hopefully they end up showing the bracket on the feed soon, so we can they can remind us who's going against who going into here. We should be entering the finals very soon. Evo, what about Evo card? And it gives any card a random Evo ability? I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Maybe that could be like an April Fool's troll mode or something, or like or, or like a limited event, but nobody plays events anymore since they took away season tokens. Like I don't know anyone who does. Like the gold that they give is kind of pathetic, so yeah, they kind of ruined challenges by taking away the season shop. Everyone wants it back. It was definitely doing it for players. It was definitely doing it for players. It was like the only good thing they've added, and of course they had to take it away. It's the only pro player thing they've added, and I guess, you know, losing money on that. All right. So we're going to be seeing Vtor and Ian next. The loser of that is going to go against Sub. And then whoever wins Vtor and Ian has definitely the advantage going into the final game because the person coming up from the losers bracket has to win 2 sets to beat them, whereas the winner of Vtor and Ian only has to win 1 set. So it's in a double elimination bracket. You need to lose twice to be knocked out. So that's where that rule comes into play. So, what winner of Vtor and Ian definitely goes into this with a huge, massive advantage. Oh, I wasn't even showing it, but it only appeared for a split second. They're back to the casters here. Evo Golem just throws bowler rocks. God, we need to stop thinking of Evo Golem ideas. I don't want Evo Golem. Laser me on a stack. Okay, yeah, I'm done. This is too brain rot for me. This is too brain rot for me. Yeah, a little tired. I shouldn't have gone too long with stream last night. And I got work after this. Yeah, I can't guarantee if there's gonna be a stream after this, honestly. I'd love there to be because I got a few accounts I want to do the Mega Draft tourney on. But if I could choose, I just want to do good on my main accounts. I've got a pretty good run going on so far. But the later I wait to do the later I wait to do the GT, you know, the more sweats on alt accounts there's gonna be, and I don't really wanna run into any of them. I just work weekends at a, believe it or not, bird seed store. Bird seed and hardware store for like bird feeding. That's right. I'm just on weekends and then I'm just doing online school as well. So yeah, I'm kind of got an inverse schedule. The weekdays are my weekends and the weekends are my weekdays. So yeah, pretty nice that I get like a 5-day weekend, but you know, I still got to do school and stuff like that. If there is a stream tonight, sure. If there is a stream tonight, I can't guarantee it. Honestly, I'm pretty tired as is, you know. Casting is not the, you know, casting is not the least tiring thing in the world. You definitely need to stay high energy, high yap, and you need to, you know, you just say what's going on. It's definitely not a sleeper activity, I'll tell you that. But you can't see it because I'm just casting, and you know, the two main casters are yapping it away. But Ian and Vtor are going into the next game with a best of 5. We're finally seeing the best of 5s. This is gonna be the most entertaining. This is gonna be the most fun part here because we're gonna 40 cards need to be played by both players. 40 out of like how many cards are there in Clash now? 110 or something, a little more. So we're gonna need this. We're gonna be seeing a lot more. We're gonna seeing a lot more interesting decks here, and you know, just a whole lot more. And a best of 5 set against the 3 people who have made it this far. So I'm here for that. Here for that for sure. I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening. It'd be cool if he made it to the top 1,000, but like, no, that would actually, yeah, imagine. Imagine though. Was the camera? Was Ian's camera bad? I wasn't really looking at it, honestly. But yeah, Ian's definitely getting comfy. Ian's definitely getting comfy over there. Spam, yeah, spam demons. Imagine. That would be kind of funny though, imagine. The spam demons. Alright, we're in this first match here. Vtor dropping the rage, Ian cycling arrows. You know, not too much crazy stuff happened so far. Vtor with the Royal Ghost. This could be a RG deck from Vtor, or just some sort of bridge spam deck. Okay, both sides bringing out the Golden Knight. Golden Knight has just been such a popular option in competitive, and both players opting to start with it. It looks like it's going to be a bridge spam versus bridge spam matchup here. Maybe like Battle Ram bridge spam from Ian. Oh my. Are they playing the exact same deck or something? Idrag and the Ewiz isn't going to benefit Vtor that much. If I had to guess, they have like a few support cards different, but it looks like a bridge spam v bridge spam. Oh, it perhaps could be a Ram Rider from Vtor, and Ian's got the P.E.K.K.A. Ian's got the P.E.K.K.A. for the Mega Knight. Inferno Dragon is going to be able to take that out. Ian looks like, okay. Ian is running some P.E.K.K.A. bridge spam with Evo Battle Ram, and if I had to guess, Vtor is going to be running some Ram Rider decks. I would put the advantage so far in Ian's hands, definitely because he's got the P.E.K.K.A. But once Evo Mega Knight comes down and starts throwing things around, that's going to be hard to stop. Unfortunate for Vtor that he's got the Evo Inferno Dragon, and then Ewiz is just like, you know, just a direct counter to that, basically. But he does have Ram Rider, though. Ewiz isn't going to be there to stun that Ram Rider. Ian pretty drained of Elixir, so Ram Rider gets some decent damage, but Ewiz gets a shot on Vtor's left side tower. So a pretty even game so far. Golden Knight gets a big connection on that right-hand side, making it the low side tower. So Ian with the early damage advantage here. Mother Witch is going to be able to pick up that Inferno Dragon. Does get knocked down to half health, but still alive on the field. Drops a Rage just to cycle on the tower. Bomber comes down to be able to finish off that Mother Witch. Don't see an ability spammed immediately. Do see an ability spam just to soak the Bandit charge, but not going to be too effective at stopping that Bandit entirely. We're going to see a Mega Knight in front of this Ram Rider. Nope, just Ram Rider is good enough to defend. Okay. Okay, Lightning does come down from Vtor. We know both players full decks. Ian doesn't end up having a big spell, so if Vtor going into triple elixir will have a lot better chances. Raged up P.E.K.K.A. locks on the Vtor's tower there, takes the entire tower. Inferno Dragon being stunned by the Ewiz wasn't enough to take that out. And Ian takes game 1 of the best of 5 set just from that P.E.K.K.A. We don't see that very often. Usually it's a very slow game with a bunch of chip damage. But in bridge spam v bridge spam, that can happen. You can lose an entire tower in an instant. And Ian ends up taking that one with the P.E.K.K.A. GG's. Yeah, that was definitely a good matchup in Ian's favor there, with the Ewiz and the P.E.K.K.A. going. Did pretty well there. Yeah, P.E.K.K.A. versus Mega Knight. That's never gonna be in Mega Knight's favor. Even Evo Mega Knight, which can kick stuff up. Like once support troops get into the mix with those type of pushes, then it can maybe go in the Mega Knight's favor, but P.E.K.K.A's just, 9 times out of 10 gonna end up with the advantage. Yeah, Ox Pro with Evo Graveyard. Jeez, I hope that doesn't happen soon. Like, Evo Graveyard would be... Like, I don't even know what it would be, but... Whatever it would be, it'd be annoying. What... Yeah, what would Evo Graveyard even do, honestly? Yeah. I mean, Ian's a big guy, but yeah. Teeny Ian little bad. Got the cars driving by, too. Spawns Rage Skeletons. I mean, if we look at all the recent Evos, like, they're all super exciting. Like, they're exciting and they offer, like, new mechanics. Like, just stuff like the skeletons are rage, just too boring. All these new Evos, like Evo XE, it's got double damage, close range, and knockback. Like, we don't... That's kind of new and novel. Evo Witch healing itself off of, like, all skeleton cards is new and novel. Inferno Dragon having infinite charge, not resetting is, something that's new. Rage Skeletons wouldn't be enough to, honestly, justify a new Evo. This guy's drawings above his head? Can a man not have drawings? Can a man not have drawings in the background anymore? Like, what happened? What happened? He's a grown man, so am I. Ton of grown men have drawings on their walls. What is it gotta be, like a sports poster? Yeah, it's fine. Alright, we're seeing Spear Goblins coming down from Vtor. Ghost from Ian. Is it gonna be RG, or did he end up going double bridge spam? Wizard. It'd be kind of interesting, Ian just used bridge spam, so Vtor wouldn't be anticipating a bridge spam right away, but it could just be a different version of bridge spam, or it could be Evo Wizard and RG. Now seeing that E-Spirit. E-Spirit is basically, like, only used in Hog and RG, and it looks like it's gonna be RG. Seeing that Monk, and Vtor most likely with some minor poison cycle deck. Yeah, no problem, Ziggs. Attendance never mandatory. Just watching some CRL and chilling. Fisherman is going to be able to take that Mighty Miner off the tower. And that Miner as well. Very valuable Fisherman. Wizard locks on the Vtor's tower there. Monk is protecting it too. Vtor has had some fatal misplays so far. And that's not a game-ending one like the last P.E.K.K.A connecting to the tower. But that's still a ton of damage in single elixir. And Vtor doesn't even have any damage or elixir advantage to show for it. And not end up getting a tank down for that Evo Wizard in time. Barbarian coming down the left-hand lane. Vtor just going to tank that Mighty Miner for the Royal Ghost here. Wonder when the RG is going to finally come down from Ian. For now, biding his time, playing in with his damage advantage. Evo Ice Spirit jumps onto the Wizard, forces out a Fireball. Okay, that was really good pressure from Vtor there, but Ian cleans up with a Fireball. And now he's pretty low on Elixir. Vtor with a 3 Elixir lead. Vtor understanding he has the Elixir lead right now. Elixir counting, knowing he can spam a little bit. Kind of hard to spam with a Miner deck, but he does end up getting a little bit of chip damage. Ian is able to defend, especially going into the double Elixir, able to get back the Elixir advantage. But Vtor is able to get himself some decent chip damage off of that spam and single Elixir. Goblin Hut is now down. Probably going to be, again, poison. Last card for Vtor. I mean, it's a 5-game set. We could be seeing some other big spell just to keep poison in play. But if I'd say 90% odds that Vtor is going to have poison. Not going to be too useful. Okay, immediately proven wrong. The caster is. Vtor's rocking the Rocket, and that's gonna definitely play in his favor. Going into triple elixir as long as he can keep defending these RG pushes. But the Wizard, not having poison, the Wizard is gonna be a menace for Vtor. He's either got to rocket it or just defend it on his side of the arena. So Ian's for sure gonna be playing with these Wizards and protecting them as much as possible. Lets it go there. But he needs another Evo Wizard to defend this spam here. Evo Batslock in the tower. Emergency Fireball comes down to not let them on the tower too much. Vtor's putting on some really good pressure here. And he's coming back on not one but two towers here. Ian's only got the damage advantage on one side, so not much split lane opportunity for him yet. Goblin is going to be able to take out that Royal Ghost with a little bit of Spear Goblin's counter push. One does connect to the tower, Spear Goblin spammed at the bridge. And Ian's starting to build up a big push here. Miner comes down to block the Fisherman so it doesn't pull the Mighty Miner. But Monk is still doing a pretty good job of dealing with it. RG is almost full health. He's going to need another Goblin Hut. Gets it down just in time. Cycles back to it. Oh, huge amount of Spear Goblins coming down the right. Wizard's going to be able to clean them all up and still stay pretty healthy. Prediction Fisherman for the Miner only allows it to get one or two shovel taps on that tower. Ian doing a really good job of picking up these miners as well as he can. Oh, another bad miner there. The Fisherman still on the board. Was able to pull that miner away. Royal Ghost connects for huge damage on the left-hand side. It's not looking good for Vtor at this point. Gets another miner on the tower, trying to keep the chip damage up. But both sides are under threat of taking damage. RG gets one shot on the right-hand side. Wizard gets one on the left. And Vtor is not liking what he's seeing right now. Ian's about to go 2-0 in this set. That is a really bad position to be in. Fireball comes down for Ian to try to kill that hut and get a shot on the tower. And just simply for spell damage, Rocket isn't going to be enough to get Vtor in the lead here. Miner can't possibly do enough damage at this point. Fireball comes down, and Ian takes game number 2. He is 2-0 in this. Vtor not out yet, but he's got to pull off a reverse sweep to somehow stay in this. Vtor will be sent to the losers bracket. Face off against, my memory fails me, but I believe Sub. So Vtor won't be knocked out completely. He could still win the entire thing. But if he wants to have that the winner's bracket advantage, he needs a reverse sweep here, which, you know, is definitely a tall task ahead. Oh, I'm definitely not better than these people. These players are the best of the best. I can never hope to be as good as these players. Hey, but I can hope to cast better than them. Their job is to do the gameplay. I will say exactly what's happening in the gameplay in case you can't interpret what's going on, right? Right? Is Ian actually sick? Is Ian actually sick? Oh, you're taking that Mo. You're taking that Mo match all the way, huh? I've faced Mo like 3 times and I haven't won once. I wouldn't expect me to win ever, but yeah. I don't have a win on him. I'd put it up and frame it if I did. I'm sure that's got to be an interesting thing for Mo, like, to think, like, every time somebody beats him, like, players are going to be, they're never going to forget that. Like, every single match Mo plays against, like, some lower level person that doesn't face him often, they end up beating him, like, or beating him or losing to him. They're never going to forget it. Yeah. I mean, the vocal cords are trained up a little bit from all the yapping, but yeah. It's definitely straining to be yapping this hard for hours and hours on end. But I do it, you know, almost every other day, so I've trained up. We built up the throat muscles here. You played against Mo once and you didn't even bother playing. Imagine, like, the 1% chance you won, though. Why didn't you bother playing? You shouldn't have given up unless you had, like, good match against you, then, like, well, now you've got to say that you faced Mo and you gave up. You know, that's, you know, well, you can't change the past. Oh yeah, minor rocket cycle. Yeah, that's kind of rough. That's kind of rough. No, that's not kind of rough. That's really rough. Who's rage baiting who now? Who's rage baiting you? I'll get him. He's just roasting Vtor. Jinxie is casting this? Oh, jeez. Is roasting him, like, what, just because he's lost? Come on, you can't do that. You're not supposed to be biased as a caster at all, but Jinxie can kind of get away with anything, I guess. You got a code like a weekend. So yeah, he can kind of get away with whatever he wants, as long as he's increasing the popularity of the game. Shock him off the tourney, oh yeah. Holy rage bait. Mine Ice's favorite card, Poison. He used Skeleton Swans with the level 1 Dark Goblin damage. Oh boy. Oh my. So just more guaranteed more RNG and more guaranteed damage for the graveyard. I think we should all petition against that. Okay, we're getting into game 3 of this set finally here. Vtor drops the Evo Zap. Evo Zap just a very versatile Evo all around. Having small spells as Evo kind of is able to make a lot of decks well-rounded. Both sides opted to just leak here. Vtor bringing out the Berserker. Yeah, see, this is where we're seeing interesting. This is where we're gonna see some interesting decks come out. And Evo Witch. I can't imagine it's gonna be Graveyard with an Evo Zap. Maybe it's like a Pigs deck. Maybe it could be Graveyard here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. But Ian bringing out the Guards, Log, and Poison here. Boss Bandit comes down at the bridge. Both sides running the Evo Witch here. Arrows comes down as well as an ability, and guards need to come down to protect this Witch even more. Ian opting for the Witch Protection Program. He's got a decent counter push coming down, and Vtor doesn't have that much elixir to deal with it. Running the Goblin Machine. Goblin Machine in competitive is, like, in the highest level, is definitely very surprising. It's a card that's annoying to defend, but, like, one of the easier cards to defend, I guess. Unless it's specifically going for a specific unit, like a mid-range unit, then God Machine will do a great job against that. Berserker is going to be able to take out the Valkyr, and still not really sure what Vtor's playing here, but it looks like Ian's running just minor poison cycle with some interesting support cards. You know, Evo Witch for some reason. Oh, got Curse here. Maybe this is a giant deck. Maybe this is okay. There we go. Giant from Vtor. And Giant from Vtor. It's like a giant beatdown deck he's going here. Vtor looks like he's trying to snipe a specific matchup, and the curse should help him a little bit against the Evo Witch, but I don't believe Zap, Arrows, and Curse can kill a Witch. Maybe Evo Zap in there, but especially Evo Witch is going to be hard to kill unless Vtor can get a Goblin Machine working for him. And it doesn't look like that is yet. But Vtor gets a huge Goblin Curse Zap. Almost allows him to break through, but Ian has this defense unlocked right now. And Vtor's got a lot more elixir right now, but Ian's got a decent counter push coming down, which is cycled. Poison comes down on all of that. Witch and the Poison is going to be able to get rid of all of this counter push opportunity, so Vtor's probably going to opt to start a push in the back. There we go. We see the Giant in the back, and guards bridge spam, anticipating the Giant in the back. But Berserker is pretty nice. Guards are going to get a few stabs, and on the weak side tower, that's not very good. But Berserker is pretty nice to have as just a mini tank, an easy response to pressure opposite lane. And, you know, Berserker isn't that useful in other decks. That Pig's Berserker Goblin Hut deck has kind of fallen off ever since the Goblin Hut nerf. I haven't really seen it that often on ladder. Goblin Machine does end up getting a rocket. Boss Bandit hits the ability but immediately dies, so wasted ability from Vtor. Ice Spirit just to pressure and get some chip damage there. Vtor has been getting some decent damage with these giant pushes. Witch to snipe the Goblin Hut doesn't snipe it that effectively, but that giant is still pretty healthy. Evo Valk comes down on that Witch, perfectly utilizing the NATO there to keep that giant off the tower. Doesn't even need to play it on the giant. Getting extreme value on that Evo Witch, and Ian is actually going for the graveyard here. Not the like normal cards that we see in this Evo Witch graveyard deck, but it's not minor. So yeah, should have known that as Ian hasn't played. Ian wouldn't wait to play a minor until Triple Elixir. So he's going for graveyard here. And this is a pretty contested match here. Curse is definitely very good against graveyard. We're seeing it again. The one you know, detrimental thing about Curse is it takes 3 ticks to kill a skeleton. So if you defend with just a Curse, it's gonna let some guaranteed damage on. But the goblins counter push, and that the goblins just defend the other skeletons. You know, Curse is a pretty cheap counter to the graveyard here. 30 seconds left in the match. If Goblin Machine can somehow lock onto this Witch, it might turn into Vtor's favor. But the Goblin Machine is just shooting at random stuff. Evo Witch stays alive. Vtor not too happy about that. Graveyard getting some chip damage here. Guard's almost getting on the tower. But it looks like Ian has barely enough damage to win this game. And Ian, with the 3-0 against Vtor, securing his spot in the final 2 and the winner's bracket advantage. GG's here. GG's. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Jinxie's not the most family-friendly streamer, you know. He's the loud equals funny rage bait type of guy. And yeah, R6 is, yeah, from what I've seen, from watching a little bit of R6 gameplay, you know. Most just shooters in general don't have the most wholesome community, for sure. I don't need the... What a question. I don't need to do that. Ian is in the stream with audio only. Thank you for letting us know. But I don't need to do that to do that. I'll just answer it that way. I'll answer it that way. Come on, dude. TV at 16 and it sounds like it's on 45. Oh my. Oh my. You've been watching him for Clash Royale? It seems like he'll always pop up on my recommended. Like I don't have him followed because I don't watch like big streamers. I wanna be able to communicate with the streamer, and you know, you're not getting a drop of attention. Not getting a drop of attention in there, but like as far as I've seen when he's on my recommended, it seems like he has more viewers on Clash than Rainbow. I mean, R6. Everyone made fun of me when I call her Rainbow, so R6. Ian is making bad moves. Oh my. And this dude's the most popular caster right now. Oh my. Just, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these might look like bad moves on the surface, but really, like, these pro players might make plays that don't, you know, the average person won't understand. So that's when a good caster comes in to explain the plays and what the players are anticipating. You know, it takes somebody with a little bit of game knowledge to, you know, make it clear to the average player like what's going on, why they did that, why it was good, why it played in their favor. Because, you know, the average player will just see the tower damage. The average player will just see the tower damage and, you know, think that's who's winning. That's who's winning the game. 50K isn't even that much for like for his stream, but yeah. Count money whenever he flexes money. Also uses prop money. Prop money. How does that work? I'm confused. I don't know. I don't know how that works, but yeah. Yeah. And I watch Juicy because no one else is on. He watched his stream. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Like, why everybody just you know feeds off Jinxie's content. Like, you know, get your own stuff. Like all the big streamers are doing that. Like Morton, Juicy. I don't know anyone else, but like yeah, get your own content. If we want to watch Jinxie, then you go to Jinxie's stream. Like, has gone band for band with fake money. I mean, you don't need to go band for band with somebody. Like if you're, you know, if you're a big streamer, you can just ignore all that. Like people play in the rage bait. It's super easy. It's super easy to like ignore all the rage bait. Like you can pick out a nice comment at any time, and you can ignore a not nice one. It's super easy, I'll tell you that. That's why I miss CWA. Yeah, CWA was a, you know, great guy. Like I liked what he had going on. He'd bring pros on to like explain their plays. Yeah, CWA is one of my favorites. CWA and Cashman were the dudes I watched back in the day. And I watch like the occasional B-Rad video whenever it comes out like monthly, but yeah. It's not even exciting gameplay, it's just kind of the editing. But I only watch Clash Royale Twitch now. I think that's where it's at. Yeah, shout out Cash Clan. Shout out Cash Clan. Alright, we about to be getting into Sub versus Vtor in the lower bracket. Whoever wins this gets the disadvantage, but gets into the top 2. And, you know, that's a big chunk of money. That's a big chunk of money. I'm going to show the prize pool here. Just from getting in the top 2, that's a $2,500 jump. So this is, you know, this is definitely going to be nerve-wracking for these players, but, you know, that's huge. That's a few months' rent. That's like a month's groceries. Like, you need to be fighting for that. You better be fighting for that. See, everybody used to be a pro. To bring a pro. on the day after they got #1. Yeah, yeah, like, yeah, he had the best of the best. It was like a super, super cool thing he got going on there for sure. Getting coached and trying to do what they just told him. Yeah, yeah. It's going on cam. 15-ish people. Yeah. I mean, hopefully people have enough dignity not to go for it on multiple accounts. Like, it's gonna be stressful to get it. But yeah, I mean, top 25 is kind of cool. I wish. I mean, yeah, that's like that. That emote will be a huge flex. But honestly, like, if it's only like top 100, get the GT emote, like the shining trophy. Honestly, like, if it was, I think it should have been top 100, get that exclusive emote, and then it never comes back. Because people would still sweat it like crazy, and it'll still be super hard. But, like, it would make it more reasonable for, like, the average pro, I guess. Like, so you don't have, it doesn't really incentivize as much, like, spamming mini accounts until you get it. Because if you're good enough, you'd probably get into the top 100. I think that's how it should have been. Well, your chats don't matter, and I don't have to read them, so. People still get the King Trophy? I mean, I'd hope so if they get their first top 100. I'd hope so. Alright, sub start now with a split lane wall breakers, and Ewiz placed in the perfect position to counter both. It's actually an interesting interaction, because Ewiz has 2 lightning bolts, so if you place it perfectly in the middle against the wall breakers, one bolt will go for one, and the other will go for the other split lane wall breaker. Looks like Sub is running some fast bait spam again, and Vtor looks like he's running some sort of bridge spam deck. But the Mother Witch is definitely going to be useful against Sub Swarm. This type of deck looks like it's not going to have a big spell here. It's going to probably have Dark Goblin and Princess. He's got wall breakers as well, too. This super bait spam deck has been super popular. Vtor's rocking the battle ram. Probably gonna be P.E.K.K.A. as well. P.E.K.K.A. isn't gonna prove too useful in this matchup. Maybe for like a big beatdown push eventually with other support units, but in single elixir we're not gonna be seeing any P.E.K.K.A.s. Some cursed Hoggies come down on that cannon. Ghost is let through on the left side tower. Honestly, I don't agree with soaking that damage, especially against a bridge spam deck where you can kind of pressure both lanes at the same time. Sub definitely had the elixir in hand to defend that, and their even elixir. Okay, Vtor does end up cycling a P.E.K.K.A. in the back, almost going into double elixir. Rage is able to clean up that Goblin Barrel, still taking a little bit of stabs there. Wallbreaker's at the bridge, Golden Knight's going to be able to pick that off. And P.E.K.K.A. and Golden Knight coming down. Vtor just doesn't have enough elixir to really support this that much, and Dark Goblin's going to be able to whittle that down. Cannon, yeah, is going to be able to soak that nice. This Goblin Gang does not come down to protect that Dark Goblin. And Gang does come down up high. Mother Witch is going to do a good job at picking off the Swarm, but Evo Valk saves the day there for Sub and is able to clean all of that up. Double barrel push there. Ewiz deployed on the fake barrel, is able to clean the entire thing up, but not before Evo Valk gets a few shots. Both sides about even right now, splitting damage on both of their towers. Evo P.E.K.K.A. comes down at the bridge to play in with this Ghost. Now that cannon comes down, Vtor drops the Evo Battle Ram, and it's raged up. Gets 2 shots on the cannon, 1 shot on the tower, 2 shots on the tower, 3 shots on the tower. Wow. Fire Spirit came down there at the last second to not allow that Golden Knight on the tower. That would have been devastating for Sub. But that was a huge amount of damage from that Evo Battle Ram Rage right there. And Vtor still has a pretty big counter push. Sub wasn't able to translate that defense into a lot of damage on his own. It was too expensive. Lightning comes down at the last second. This deck like played arrows last time. This particular P.E.K.K.A. Battle Ram deck usually plays arrows, but now that the lightning comes down to allow the Battle Ram to get to the tower, that's just gonna be 1 lightning away from Vtor. Sub is still playing, you know. Sub is being Sub is not giving up till the end, but all it takes is 1 more lightning for Vtor. Vtor understanding that there is a potential that Sub is able to lightning block here, but spams the Goblin Gang. He's got nothing more to block with, and yeah, Vtor takes this game first. Vtor takes the first game off of Sub in the losers bracket. Definitely good going, getting 3-0'd by Ian there. GG's. Yeah. It's definitely a matchup, and it's definitely a matchup in Vtor's favor for sure. Yeah, he's got the Mother Witch, the Golden Knight, and even's got the Battle Ram Rage, which Battle Ram, especially Evo Battle Ram, is gonna be able to break through those cannons, especially when you get other bridge spam cards in the mix. And just the not even like playing Golden Knight, just the fact that you have Golden Knight it didn't allow sub to do like so many plays. It made him play the Goblin Gang so awkwardly, because if you play the Goblin Gang anywhere near your tower, you're just asking for a Golden Knight to be deployed and then it's to dash on your tower. So you can't really do that, and that prevents a lot of defensive plays there. Were these guys coaches? I mean, honestly, I don't really know. They don't necessarily have coaches. They have like analysts. Like I know there is coaches, but they're not going to be better than the players themselves. They're just they're just mostly like support. They help to pick out decks. They help to analyze their games mid matches. I'd say analyst is like a better way to describe them rather than coaches. I got my first top 10K last season. Finally started taking games seriously. Good job on that. Good job on that. It feels like it's harder and harder to get top 10K nowadays. The players get better. The evos get more boosted. I honestly recently have to fight to get top 10K. I do great in like grand challenges and the global tournaments, but ladder, I'm just not like very consistent. I'll get tilted pretty quick and want to switch decks. Like I don't just stick with a deck. Like I try to switch around too much, and I can't get on a good streak with it. But like GTs, I'll just play the exact same deck, or it'll be a draft GT. So those are a lot more consistent, and I've been doing well in the GTs. Yeah, it depends. It depends which one. I swear there was supposed to be a triple elixir GT this season, but I think they replaced it with this special Mega Draft one. But like the special modes, if you have a good deck, they're usually easier to get a badge than the normal 1v1s. Yeah. I mean, it depends how you think of it. Like ladder might be easier, but you have to be consistent throughout the entire season, whereas global tournament, you just get a few days, and you can have a breakaway run, and it doesn't take you that long. Like it takes a few hours rather than ladder taking a whole month. Right. That's a pretty good record right there, 15-1. You're on pace for 75 wins if the math holds up and you keep it up. Yeah. Ooh. Oh yeah, with 3 up it's gonna be tricky as well. Alright, we are into game 2 here. Sub starting off with a bush in the back. Poison cycled on the tower for Vtor to get rid of that bush and get a little bit of guaranteed damage. Vtor doesn't pick up the miner in the safe spot. Miner gets a little bit of damage, but guards are able to mostly deal with that. Snowball comes down on the bats immediately, threatening the guards to get on the tower. Zap does prevent all but one guard hit on the tower. Seeing Zap and bats here. Okay, now Queen. I'm anticipating this is going to be like a Mega Knight deck here from sub Evo Mega Knight deck. And Vtor looks like he's playing Drill with the Evo Snowball. I was thinking it might... Yeah, there we go. We see the Drill. So Drill versus Mega Knight here. Drill's... I didn't expect that. Drill used on defense against the Queen, but that does take care of the Queen for sure. The Ghost is going to need a response. Their Vought comes down. But the defensive Drill, I guess, not necessarily cost-effective, but it gets the job done and keeps Vtor's cycle more defensive. Vtor understand that he doesn't really want to allow a Mega Knight Prince push to be able to get through. Drill wouldn't really defend that well, so keeping his important support units in cycle here. Wonder what this last card for Vtor could be. We're seeing a big spell and a small spell already, so not entirely sure what that could be. But we've seen all subs cards here. It is going to be a Mega Knight bait deck, but instead of having like a Wall Breakers or a Skeleton Barrel, he's running the Bush instead. Interesting choice, but I like to see it. It definitely helps in these best of 5 sets to get out cards like this. So you can run more like I guess you could say better, but like more safe decks. More safe decks. Sneaky Golem doesn't really work. It's just a joke. It's kind of just a meme, Yasha. It's just a TikTok trend. It doesn't really actually work, honestly. Alright, Queen cycle in the back, activating subs, 3-card cycle. I mean, if I had the guy, I mean, Vtor is up to his defense. If you have defense in control, you're more likely to win the match, because defense is honestly at the highest level easier. Like, outplays on defense are easier than outplays on offense to pull off. Especially, you know, to play offense, it's largely, you know, you just build up a push on your side and see what happens. Defense, you're in full control of what happens, and Vtor looks like he has a very defensive deck here, especially with the Ice Wiz. Sub not having a way to kill the Ice Wiz, you know, it's just 3 elixir. 3 elixir that'll get huge value. Vtor gets a drill in the back for some decent damage. Evo bats are all healed up, and a Prince is coming down. Prince Ghost Push is coming down opposite lane. Sub going for some split lane pressure. That Mega Knight almost jumps out of left, but hits that Ice Wizard. Gets zapped away, and Sub takes it with a huge Prince Ghost connection. Jeez. That Mega Knight and zap, and then not having anything for the Prince there. Let Sub take that game right there. Yeah, that was a pretty well built up push. Split lane there. Didn't allow Vtor to defend exactly how he wanted. I guess somebody's got to configure that the iPad. I don't think there's been a CRL where the iPad hasn't had issues yet. Yo, Ghost Kid, I appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. Yeah, Prince still needs a nerf. It needs like its charges, I think 1.5 seconds. It needs like 2 seconds minimum. Like, if you want to keep it a strong card, fine, but, like, it just acknowledge that, the team needs to acknowledge that Prince is boosted, and just give it a little nerf. And Boss Bandit, too, could use another little nerf. Those, like, annoying bridge spam charging units. They've been, rampant. Been rampant for the past few months. And, you know, it gets old. It's the highest somebody gotten in a GT. I'm not entirely sure, but probably, if I had to guess, like 40, at least over 40. But I don't know about 45 plus. Like, if you get to 40, nobody's really gonna match you. So there's, like, as long as you stay in one, like, it's kind of weird. Like, players will get, like, to a certain rank and then not play out the rest of their matches. I don't know why. Like, people will end, like, number 2, and they'll be, like, 37-2. As they just don't want to go for number 1 or something. Maybe they can't even find the match. It was 80-something when? That must have been a while ago. No shot it was 80-something. Because you'd have to be insane players for, like, almost every match. Yeah, when did 80-something happen? Yeah, 80 is, 80 is kind of crazy. It still has another week before it changes. Yeah. Yeah, the meta definitely shifts throughout the season. 4 worst 4 cards and nerf the best 4. Yeah, like they just need the I prefer drastic changes over, you know, like small changes. Small changes, it feels like they're trying to make the game like wholly balanced, but you know, that's just one unrealistic if they're adding a new Broken Evo every season. So you might as well mix it up. I think they're too conservative with the like balance changes. They need to do more. 150, what? Like, huh? That's just too much. Like, yeah, no shots 150. Expo player in like 2019. Oh jeez. Well, I guess it was different back in 2019. Nowadays, I couldn't see anyone getting over like 40, really. Or like maybe one person. But like nobody's realistically getting over 40 nowadays. It was different. It was different back then. Yeah, card levels. I mean, yeah, like switching up the meta is kind of profitable for Supercell too, because you know it makes completely new decks more effective, so you need to upgrade them. I don't know why they don't capitalize on that, especially with all the other changes they're doing. Oh, it wasn't skill-based matchmaking. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. You just face like if you're under 50, you just face like complete random people. Yeah, and if you just play Hexpo and you lock it down on spell cycle, you're gonna consistently beat like lower people. What's going on, Leafy? Hello. Hello. Waiting for these two to set up their decks. We could have a lot longer. We could have a it honestly depends. This I'm gonna be a little late for work. I told him I'd be like an hour late. This is going a lot longer than I anticipate. Hopefully they're not too angry, but like there's not too much to do anyways, so I think I'll live. I don't think I'm getting fired. We're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this casting. This could go like as short as like half an hour, maybe, but it could go as long as like if I had to think, it could go as long as like an hour and a half, honestly. If the winner from this set goes all the way in the winners bracket. So I'm honestly hoping for a quick match. Just 5 more matches, maybe like 45 minutes or something left in this. Because I got a job. I need to get there. What's going on, Helen? Welcome back. Boss is watching the stream, I hope not. Not a soul IRL knows about this, and we're gonna keep it that way. Looks like Vtor's gonna be running Minor Rocket from these support cards. I'm gonna assume it's a Minor Rocket cycle deck. And Sub is running an interesting Hog Boss Bandit spam deck. Rocket comes down barely just in time. Beautiful Rocket to kill the Boss Bandit and the Hog there. So yeah, we are gonna see Minor Rocket cycle. Probably, if I had to guess, like maybe a Delivery as Vtor's last card. I'm not sure exactly what Sub is running. Drops the E-Spirit. Doesn't really matter if he drops the E-Spirit when the King Tower is already activated like that. Guards do come down to pick up the Minor. And Sub probably has like maybe a Lightning, Fireball, Poison, Earthquake for his last card there. If I had to just take a wild guess there. Oh yeah, wasn't it Drew or something? Drew with the... Oh wait, no. That's yeah. Yeah. I don't know, honestly. I don't remember. Okay, it was Drew. Yeah, we do see Delivery. This is kind of the classic variation of this Minor Rocket deck. The few people that actually play it. Pretty nice deck competitively, you know. It just relies on good fundamental defense and spell cycle. We do see an Earthquake as Sub's last card. Not as like fat. When the Boss Bandit is down, it's actually Sub's deck is actually a pretty decent fast cycle, but he's gotta have a big investment of 6 elixir to engage that fast cycle. But it's more of a bridge spammy deck. Vtor opts to use the Rocket to defend that Hog. I mean, it's an easy defense, but it's a negative elixir trade, so Vtor definitely doesn't want to have to Rocket every single Hog. That would definitely lose in the game. So far, not too much damage from either side. Skeletons are there to prevent the Boss Bandit from dashing on the Dark Prince, but ability allows it to stay nice and healthy on the counter push. Miner's getting a little bit of chip damage here. We do see the Tesla and the Dark Prince go down almost to that Boss Bandit. Tesla placed down low, you know, switching up the defense. Hog does get one shot. Okay, yeah, almost got 2. But Hog does get 1 shot there for Sub. That's great for him. He's gotta stay. He really needs to get damage early on, because once it gets in the triple elixir, Vtor's gonna definitely have the advantage here with the spell cycle. And Sub getting some huge damage with these with this Firecracker chip as well. It's kind of tricky to defend because Vtor has to play cards close to the Hog. But Firecracker, you know, allows, you know, playing cards close to the Hog allows the Firecracker on the tower, which is why this Hog Firecracker combo is so effective. Not seen as much in competitive, but still a very viable, competitive, and safe deck. Is this Hog going to be able to get to the tower? It was going to be able to, so Log comes down. Bar Barrel is going to be spammed at the bridge along with this Hog. Tesla comes down, that's going to be able to full counter that, especially with the Ice Spirit. But Earthquake being cycled by Sub, it's not like Sub is. It might appear so, but Sub is definitely not in a good position right now. All Vtor needs to do is get a couple rockets down, like 1 or 2, maybe keep the miners up, and Sub shouldn't be able to win this, honestly. Vtor's got pretty good defense with the Tesla as well. You can definitely switch up the placements of the Tesla a lot and keep it out of Earthquake range just like that. Hog goes down. Miner goes to snipe the Evo Firecracker, but Evo Firecracker does get a huge amount of damage. Hog gets a shot too. Hold on. Vtor might not be able to come back from this. He's only going to be able to get 1 rocket on the tower, and Sub will end up winning this with that Firecracker chip damage, causing Vtor to use a miner to pick up the Firecracker, and Sub takes this one. 2-1 in the set right now, with Sub in the advantage. GG's. Yeah. I mean, he'd probably still be able to defend. Like Tesla is decent. Tesla is decent. Good to know, Helen. I don't know. I don't know. You might be using somebody's account then. I don't know. It seems like a lot of people pull up to the YouTube with their government names. And it's even funnier when they say like crazy stuff. Like, dude, I know your first and last name. Why are you talking like this? But yeah. Sub is playing great right now. Both players are playing great, but yeah, Sub found so many opportunities to get Firecracker chip there. He was really on time with all his bridge spam there for sure. Didn't use the boss bandit. I noticed a lot just like in the middle of the arena. Not even at the bridge. Used it initially just to get a defense, and then you have it on the board as long as possible to utilize the 3-card cycle, because he realized he was going against Miner Rocket, a super fast cycle deck that gets a lot of chips, so he needed to keep that boss bandit on the board as long as possible to engage his 3-card cycle. And at that point, he basically had an even cycle to Vtor's Miner Rocket. Oh my god. I got dust all over my floor. I'm gonna need the vacuum in here soon. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see some RG starting to come down in these last 2 games. I bet at least one of them is gonna throw down some RG. But at the same time, the other side is going to predict that they're going to RG, so probably going to be picking some RG counters here. Who's that guy? Which guy? We got Sub. You can't really see it well on the YouTube. If you want to see the full view, come to Twitch. Like, all you can see on the YouTube is just mainly the gameplay. But Sub is on the left and Vtor is on the right there. Yeah. The boss bandit ability to dodge the rocket, indeed. Yeah, that was a big one. I didn't even mention that, but I did see that. Like Golden Knight and Boss Bandit with their dash abilities are, if you throw a rocket down on that, you can dodge it. You can dodge it with the ability. But yeah, for sure. I don't think, neither side has used Graveyard or RG, I believe. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see those type of decks. Like, I don't know if they have any other options besides that, honestly. Yeah, he was able to get a lot more hogs. He wasn't really able to outcycle the Tesla, but it was just about that Firecracker chip. The Firecracker chip made Vtor over defend on those Firecrackers, and then allowed Sub to actually get some hog hits, even though Vtor was able to keep a Tesla in cycle consistently. Just waiting for the next match here. Boy, yeah, this is taking the energy on me. I am tired. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna be able to sleep. I gotta go right to work after this. I honestly, I mean, we'll see, but I doubt there'll be a stream tonight, unless certain, unless the stars align, I guess. Unless the stars align. I mean, yeah, I'll try. I'll try to see if I can stream, but yeah. I did stream a little late. Like, not as late as I usually do, but like, I had to set up and like DM people their passes from the tournament yesterday, so Yeah, I only got really like 6 hours of sleep or 5. I don't know. I'm not counting. But not enough. Not really enough. So with the battle ram, first play Vtor just sending a zap. And it's seeing a lumberjack here. This could potentially be like a giant deck from Vtor. I'm seeing. Not utilizing the Evo lumberjack. Usually these type of decks do. Okay, we're seeing Evo Inferno Dragon here. I just noticed this. I swear this used to be a thing, but like, I swear Evolutions used to have the evolution frame when spectating, but now they don't. Now they just look like a normal square card. It's kind of hard to notice sometimes. Magic Archer does come down. Not opting to get any chip there. Strange enough. He's going with a Ram Rider deck here. Okay, Lumberjack, Ram Rider. And sub opting to run some P.E.K.K.A. So both sides trying to go bridge spam. Kind of anticipating the RG or Graveyard pick. Both of these decks are pretty good against RG or Graveyard, and neither side really wanted to get sniped by that, so they ended up both going bridge spam. Rage here on the P.E.K.K.A. almost lets it through, but Berserker makes sure that doesn't happen. Gotta avoid that fatal misplay we saw last time, where Ian was able to take the entire tower with the P.E.K.K.A. Rage, because he played the Inferno, his opponent played the Inferno Dragon too high, and the E-Wiz was able to snipe it. Gotta play those E-Wizards in the back, and then unless Sub has a Lightning in this deck, usually it has zeros, but unless he's rocking a Lightning, that Inferno Dragon should get some decent value there. Yeah. There are bugs everywhere? What about... Wait, what about the bugs? You talking like game bugs? Talking about game bugs? Any building can hard counter Lumberloon pretty easily. But if you don't have a building, it's gonna be a bad time for you. That Magic Archer's too far away to end up blocking on the tower. Maybe it does with the push. Okay, the Monk was able to push that Golden Knight into the range where Marcher could lock on for a tiny bit. Evo Zap allows the Lumberjack to connect for Vtor here, and that tower is gonna go down to less than half HP. Great bridge spam. Great bridge spam push there. Magic Archer is going to be able to pick off that E-Wiz there. Another Ram Rider's coming down. Not enough elixir for a P.E.K.K.A., so opts to go for an E-Wiz. But that Ram Rider is going to be able to break through sub 1k damage on Sub's right-hand tower. Evo Idrag is getting charged up for a little bit of value, but ends up going down to the tower. Almost locks down there. Mother Witch not being too helpful here. Fireball comes down. P.E.K.K.A. is needed to be placed for that Berserker. Berserker does a surprising amount of damage, and if that was allowed to connect, it would have been game there. Sub does have an Evo P.E.K.K.A. coming down. Evo Battle Ram soon as well. There it is. There it is. And we see a Lightning finally, that Inferno Dragon. Raged up Battle Ram. Knocks back the Berserker. And Sub is right back into this. He did end up using both his Evos on that push. But now it's looking like a more even game. Bandit locks onto the tower. That's just one more Lightning for Sub. Hold on here. Hold on here. Vtor has nothing to Lightning block with, so he's got to somehow get this Ram Rider on tower before Sub can Lightning. But doesn't happen. Sub takes the set 3-1, and Sub is going to the final set against Ian. GG's to both players. Nope. No game 5 here. No game 5 here, and I'm kind of happy about that because I need this to end soon. We are in the final match. Vtor out. Vtor now eliminated for the tournament. Sub adding $2,500 to his prize here. We're going to be seeing Ian and Sub shortly here. Yeah, that was a crazy comeback at the end. I kind of expected it due to the Lightning. Like, Lightning is very good against his deck. Like, yeah, I mean Vtor's deck. Like, every unit there kind of dies to Lightning or gets countered pretty hard. Yes, boss. We do have boss here at home. You need a substitute. You need a substitute every now and then. The world needs a team with boss, right? But hell did I say? Yeah, Rage Evo Battle Ram. If it's allowed to connect, it'll just like kind of take an entire tower. It's kind of insane. Kind of insane. We've seen that Evo P.E.K.K.A. Evo Battle Ram Rage Push just do crazy work, and I wish I had Evo Battle Ram. I'd love to use that deck on like ladder myself, but I have none of the Evos. I don't own any of the Evos I'd like to use. Maybe I should check if I have like the 3 shards on Battle Rim. I honestly might use my wild shards on that. I'm honestly use them. Yeah, even as Ian is the heavy favorite to win here, especially having you know, the set advantage. I think Ian is gonna win. I think Ian is gonna win here, but you know, last in the, I forgot who was in the finals. But I know Tourist came up from the loser bracket and reverse swept whoever was in the winners bracket. Honestly, I forget. Nobody remembers second place. Nobody remembers second place. Nobody remembers the second guy to walk on the moon. No, nobody remembers. You gotta be first. You gotta win it all. Yep, we are gonna be seeing Ian 77 in sub. And just to clarify, it is gonna be a best of 5 set, but since sub is coming from the losers bracket, he has to win 2 best of 5 sets to win this. If Ian wins 1 best of 5 set, it's over. Ian takes it. Because you need, in a double elimination bracket, Ian hasn't lost a set yet. So he's gonna need, he needs to lose somehow. He gets 1 extra life even if he loses out of this best of 5. No, I gotta go. I told my boss I'd be late to work. My work starts at 12. I told him I'd be an hour late, and it's 12:43 right now. So yeah. He's chill though, and like my job, like, you know, I just kind of prepare all the product for the day, and like, you know, they're stocked up, so it shouldn't be too bad. Like I'm not getting fired. I'm not getting fired for being here, but yeah,
Both very
I'm not
excited.
gonna be.
Some questions to answer from you in the community, and some special announcements here. So Marco, if we have him ready to come on and join us,
Oh,
Marco, a
Hey.
game tester on
they're
Clash
doing the
Royale. What's up,
Q&A
Marco?
here. All right, I'm gonna shut
really
up.
excited to have you here on today's
Wait,
broadcast.
this is gonna delay the
Guys,
match
it's
so
such a
much.
privilege and pleasure to be here. I've watched the entire thing today.
I
Really
forgot
exciting
they were
matches
doing
and,
this.
looking forward to
They're
answering
doing
some
like a
questions
Q&A
and
with
being there for the finals.
one of the devs.
Yeah, love it. Love that you're here, man. I really appreciate you taking the time out to answer questions from the community. I'm gonna steal a question though. What does a game tester actually do in Clash Royale? You know, I think people hear the name game tester and they think they just play video games all day. I don't think that's all the job is, Marco. Can you break it down for us at home?
That's a great question, and one I get asked all the time, actually. Yeah, so I mean, in essence, part of the job is just testing the game, and therefore the title game tester is somewhat correct. But in reality, the one I actually prefer is QA, or quality assurance. And what I do is actually I'm part of every stage of development. I give my input on everything that we're working on. I kind of specialize on the gameplay aspect of our game. So I was the leading like tester or the guy behind like any of the gameplay changes, the balance changes, any of the new cards, new evos coming in. When we reworked pathfinding, I was one testing that.
wow.
But then I
No
also do some of
community
the more
manager.
technical stuff. So for example, our entire matchmaking, most of that is tested by me, or any of the changes to like any of the background systems that you don't necessarily see but you experience every day. All of those are sort of I give my input, I test my stuff. If something's not wrong or something's not right or I don't feel like it's looking correct, then I go to people, I talk to our designers, I talk to our developers, and we kind of get a agreement on what things should be.
So you're a pretty busy guy, it sounds like.
Yeah, there's a lot of things happening all the time, so yes, definitely.
Well, Marco, we have some questions fielded from the community here we want to pass along to you. So I'm going to go ahead and read the first one for you, coming from one of our longtime players, SK555. What's up, SK? How are you? Here's your question ready for Marco. Clash Royale has always had matchups as a factor in gameplay, but recently matchup has become an especially prevalent concept. Do you recognize this from a game development perspective? What are your thoughts on it? Do you want to implement changes to address this in the future?
Okay. Hard-hitting questions right at the start. No, it's a great question, actually. So let me start by answering part of that where it's something we recognize. It definitely is. It's something we're aware of. Internally, we call this matchup polarity, or like how matchup-based a card actually is. And it's something we've been recently starting to look at a little bit more. I think maybe for the last year or so, our balances were more focused on getting the usage rates in a correct place, or the play rates, or the win rates. That was the main focus. But now that the game, I feel like, is in a state where a lot of cards are usable, a lot of them are playable, we are starting to focus a little bit more on what it means for a card to be very matchup based. And it's something we're working on, but it's actually not the easiest to like detect and also to fix. So I think there's two ways to look at it, or two questions to answer. The first one is, what exactly is the stat that would confirm this to us? Like, what exactly are we looking at? And so that's the first question. And the second one is obviously, once we know a card is very matchup dependent or is only strong in certain matchups, weak in others, what is the thing that we need to fix about it? And it's not
I hope
quite as
somebody
obvious
asks
because
about the season
all
shop.
of the cards are actually in generally balanced, but then
Wouldn't really know
have really
about
good
that,
and really
but
bad matchups.
I think if
And
somebody
so,
asks about
like, a
season
straight
shop, they're
nerf
just
to
gonna
that
ignore
card
the
might
question. I
push it
think
out of
they've
the meta
been told that
completely. A straight
beforehand.
buff to that might take it to a place where it's unhealthy. And so it usually needs to be kind of like a mini rework or a buff plus a nerf that addresses some of the polarity. But yeah, like I said, these are conversations we're having, but they're not maybe the easiest to answer always.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many layers that go into what is actually not working about a card, and it's the decks, the synergy, the meta, all that. One thing that's a little bit kind of more detached from the game and more for us that spectate, and honestly for the guys competing here, this is asked from a guy named Air Surfer. I don't know where I've heard that name before. It sounds familiar. Big shout out to you, Air Surfer. Miss you, buddy. Question is when are we removing Elixir spectating? It's not even asking if we're going to or not. He is just saying, when is it going to happen? Marco, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think that's the correct way of like phrasing the question. You should ask when. It's a great question. It's one that I've spent some time discussing with the team for a while now. We've talked about it a little bit, and as soon as we like figured out what's behind it or how it works, we're like, yeah, there's no way this should be in a competitive game such as Clash Royale. But it's an interesting one because I guess it only really touches on Path of Legends players, people going competitive, and then almost all the way to the CRL. But regardless, I'm happy to say that with the next update, we will be removing Elixir spectating.
Nice.
So you'll have to hold on for a couple more days, but we're very close to the update. And then once that's done,
Yeah, take that,
you won't have
cheaters.
to worry about seeing that one person spectating and knowing you're at a disadvantage immediately. So yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's a big one, Rich.
That might even be bigger than the announcement we have at the end of this interview.
Oof.
That's absolutely, yeah, that's maybe one of
Better
the
say
biggest.
season shop's
Like
coming
that,
back.
that to me feels like a level of change right now as going
Yeah,
from
all
6
the-
minutes to
The
to
two
5
device
minutes
hater,
and going to
the
triple
two
overs, right?
device
That's a big
triad
one.
sweats are seething right
very
now.
curious. Wow, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, yeah. Clash
Well, let's get
Mini's
on to our
menacing
next
too.
question from Fluffy Potato 99 _CR. I mean, great name there.
Sweet name.
Question is, how do balance changes get determined? Is it purely based on quantitative measures such as use rate and win rate? Or are other factors considered too, such as whether a card is
Oh, there better
frustrating to
not be a
face,
new rarity,
impacts the
bro.
pace of game, etc.?
Yeah. This is one I'm sure a lot of people are very invested in. Most of the time I talk to people about Clash Royale, they're like, oh, you should nerf this or buff this, or how did you decide? There's two ways of looking at this. The first one is, as mentioned, like the quantitative data. It's very key to understand if a card is, like the data is very key to understanding if a card is in need of a change. So oftentimes we'll see, Goblinstein has 35% use rate. Yes, that's definitely too high. We need to change that. Or sometimes we'll look at a card, it's at 0. It's been at 0 for the last 6 months. It deserves a buff, right? So those things are quite obvious. But the other part of this is, I think every time we look at data, we kind of need to contextualize it. The way our game works is certain cards should have a higher use rate and certain cards should have a lower use rate. That's how I see it. Some very like staple cards, like Arrows, Log, Knight, these are cards that are not necessarily problematic if they have like a 10 to 15, maybe sometimes even 20% use rate. But then certain very niche cards that players feel very frustrated by or like really hate, those should probably be looked at if they get to a very high use rate. And so when seeing those cards, then
But they nerfed
I think we mostly
guards.
just play the game a lot and listen to what the community is saying. We can't always do the exact thing that the community is asking us to do, but we do recognize that certain cards are like frustrating to play against, and so we are addressing those.
Sub and Ian
Usually
are
with
going to
more
be the final
mechanical
match.
changes than just straight balance changes.
Space. And they're doing
I
an
think
interview right
a good
now
example would that
with
recently
the
be
game tester.
when the Hunter Evo and the June balance changes. We changed
They're
it so he's
removing.
no
You
longer,
can't.
like,
You won't be
perma-stunning
able
a
to see
unit.
Elixir when you spectate
Personally,
anymore.
I don't think Hunter actually needed a buff or a nerf. I think it was in a reasonably okay state. Played in obviously the RG deck a lot, but yeah. But we gave that change. We went forward with that change anyway because we thought it just made it more fun to play against.
Well, speaking of changes in cards being more fun to play against and play, and cards that we hate, this is a great question from Vadauki. He says, "Hey Marco, we got a Goblin
It's
Hut
only
rework a while
pros
ago.
that
Can we
they're
expect
asking.
changes to other spawners like the Barb Hut?" I'd like to say no for you, Marco, but obviously that's not my job. And I do really love what you guys did with Goblin Hut. So, what's your thought here moving forward with some of those other frustrating buildings?
Yeah, it's a perfect way to continue on the same trend actually. So I will say I am definitely in the hate spawners camp. There's a couple of people on the team that are
Knew I'd
on
like
my
this
side. So I'm gonna have to unfortunately
Good man.
disappoint you a little bit, Andrew. But yes, I think generally speaking, right now, most of the spawners we have in our game are not in a good state. They're not fun to play against. I would say they're not fun to play, but some people probably have a different opinion. So we are looking at them quite seriously. We've already changed the Goblin Hut, and I think from how much I've seen it today, it seems like it's been a success. And then the other ones are coming up. Let me say that. We are looking. I think Donald, our game designer, mentioned in a previous video that we are definitely looking at Barb Hut. We're looking at Furnace. We're looking at basically all the spawners, but the exact lineup or how these are going to come out, I can't spoil at this point yet, but they are definitely coming.
Nice.
All right.
Well, anything about Barb Hut, Andrew and I can both tell you that the powerful Barb Hut meta was one of the worst that ever existed. So we've been happy to see it hamstrung for a while. We'll see what you excited to see what you guys do with the Barb Hut. Speaking of what you guys are doing, next question from Yaya: is the June update only about Clash Mini, or is it gonna be big? And I don't know what they mean by that specifically, but is there more to the June update besides Clash Mini? I think is another way of saying it.
Yeah, so the very quick answer, no, it's not just going to be about Clash Mini. Clash Mini, or maybe I should say rather what Clash Mini has been turned into, is a very big part of the update, and it's something very new, you could say revolutionary to Clash Royale, but it's not the only thing. So we're doing a lot of stuff. We're changing some adding some systems, adding some new systems, changing the look and feel of things, obviously new cards, new Evos, all of that. But at this point, I will say that there may or may not be a TV Royale coming soon, and I might be in that as well. So I'll save all of that more detailed talk and save it for the TV Royale. So not gonna spoil more here.
All right. Wow, that's a lot coming down our way. I mean, you and I are also learning this on broadcast with everyone else, and I'm even seeing messages in our caster chat. So I'm excited to see what everyone else is thinking. We only got 2 more questions, and obviously the big one about World Finals is coming. This one is from Nitrum Gaming G. How important is balance and competitiveness versus casual fun to you? And which direction do you think the game is taking in that aspect right now? You know, how much of your time do you spend worrying about casual players, and how much do you spend basically dealing with pros and kind of the demands that they have, being the people that play the game the most?
Yes, great question. This is a very fine line to walk for us. So much of Clash Royale is basically having fun while also being competitive, right? So immediately we have this divide in our game where it's we have these players who are super competitive, super devoted to the game, and really know how to push it to its limits, and then a massive portion of the people playing the game who don't care about all of the competitive things but still want to compete, you know. So these are 2 separate groups of people that we need to think about in separate ways. So many times a small change will, for a card that's popular right now, will push it in the top 1000, let's say, push it from a 15% use rate to a 2% use rate, but it won't change anything in Trophy Road or any of the other game modes. So it's a fine and a hard line to walk. But with that being said, we do recognize that there are certain cards that are frustrating for the community or are
Yeah, they took away
making the
trade
game less
tokens,
fun,
bro.
so to speak. And so we are looking at addressing those. I think the two big ones that always come to my mind are Mega Knight and Witch, at least pre-Evo Mega Knight, I should say, because Evo Mega Knight is now like obviously popular. But those are both cards that before they got their Evos, they were nowhere to be seen on Battle Legends, nowhere to be seen in Ultimate Champion, and they were very, very, very popular, in the mid ladder, and they were honestly frustrating. I know climbing through all of the ladders, they are frustrating to play against. So we are looking at them. I will say maybe not everything we've done has been with this in mind, but it's becoming more and more something that we are focusing on, and so you should keep your eyes out on the upcoming balance changes, and there will be things in there that address this.
Okay. Well,
Good to
that's the Mega Knight. It's such an easy rage bait out there for the Mega Knight for a lot of people. Our last question for you, Marco, comes from one of our longstanding, very critical community members in Alpi, who is part of who's made Royale API
They're
work
not,
so well for so long.
there's
for all
no
you do,
questions
Alpi,
for
and
any
the Royale
random
API
people.
team. And this is the big one. Where
also
will
filtered.
CRL World Finals be in 2025?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
this is the
these
one
are
I know everyone's been excited about.
Prepared questions.
To be fair, as soon as I heard it and I got the news, I was very excited to share it, but I couldn't up until now. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to announce the Clash Royale League Finals is coming to DreamHack Atlanta.
Oh my
So,
god.
from the 31st of October
Yo.
to the 2nd of November, all the
Yo,
best
that's
players in the
actually
world
huge.
will be in the United States to compete for the
Nah,
title
I'm
of
pulling
the
up.
best Clash
Who's
Royale
coming with
player.
me?
So this is like your
Atlanta?
opportunity to see your favorite players, favorite content creators, coaches, or even be part of the
We
Clash
gonna
Royale
be
team,
there.
and really experience the very, very peak
I
of
gotta
what
set
Clash
that
Royale
up.
competitive has to offer.
Wow.
I'm
buying
so
my
excited
ticket? Oh
to
my
be
God.
stateside again, Rich. You and I were there commentating at
that's
the
crazy,
Shrine in
though.
2019. That live crowd in the
Finally.
States. I mean, not to say it's not great in Finland the last few years as well, but there was just something a little bit different about that venue. So, I mean, I'm gonna miss
Oh my
Finland, but
God.
this is pretty dang exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy flight for me from Texas, too, so a little less than changing all the way across the world.
yeah.
DreamHack Atlanta, and, of course, DreamHack, one of the biggest collections
It's
of,
like
of
November
gamers
2nd, too.
all throughout the world coming together for Clash Royale and beyond. Marco, this is kind of a
right
big
now.
deal, taking Clash Royale World Finals from being its own separate thing and bringing it into the larger gaming community. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think it's super exciting. I think it deserves a place among, the esports greats out there, and so I'm excited to join up with other games in DreamHack Atlanta. And also, I was there last year to witness the finals in Finland, and I know how hype it can get in Finland.
Yeah.
So if Andrew's saying the crowd in the US might be even better, then I'm even more excited now.
Well, another thing that we heard, Marco, as we are ready to move into our grand finals, don't worry, everybody, we're still playing more Clash Royale, is we found out that you actually have some play-by-play commentary experience. So we thought we could maybe invite you into the cast for the grand finals. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I love to step back into the commentator's shoes and join you guys in the
boy.
booth. You guys have done a
$10
fantastic
mic
job
gonna go
so far,
hard.
so it'll be hard to step in, but I'll do my best.
Well, here we
Collab
get
with
ready
people? What do you
for
recommend
our
for that?
grand
I don't got
final.
the. I don't got the.
Both
poll.
these players have already secured a silver ticket to our last chance
What do you mean by
qualifier
that?
later in the year, but you don't want silver. You don't want to be on your last chance. You
rip.
want
Yeah,
gold.
wow.
You want a trip to Atlanta, to
89 bucks,
DreamHack
too. I
for the
mean,
Clash Royale League
The trip
World
is going to be the
Finals.
most expensive
So
part.
let's
but,
get
like,
into it.
I
This is
really
gonna
want to
be
go there.
a big one, because on one side, we have a guy who's already been to CRL World Finals in sub, who has had all the momentum today in this run towards the grand final. On the other side, a potential first-timer, one of the most popular players in the world, Ian77, with a life in hand in the top spot. Andrew, this is obviously a big hill to climb for sub.
Wait, hold on.
What kind
If
of
they-
chances do you give him now to beat
If they
Ian
don't
not once,
mute,
but twice in
don't mute the
BO5s?
broadcast, honestly, I'm gonna go get ready for
to
work.
say because
I'm gonna go get
Ian
ready
has
for
been
work and just leave it up.
untouchable. But there's part of being untouchable where
I'm late. Oh, they muted it. Dang. Okay, they heard me. They heard me through the screen. I guess we casting. Ah. Oh, why are they listening? Shit, we gonna be late. Use the potty word. Extreme. Ah. Pull up. Oh, he better go. He better go. Everyone better pull up. I gotta get a ticket before it's sold out. I mean, like, that sounds like it might actually sell out. Like, I remember the stands were like half full in CRL World Finals last year, but like, I bet, I mean, it's got such a big, you know, like, American English audience. How late am I? I said that I would be an hour late, like, around, and I'm an hour late right now. So, depending on how, like, this set could go, like, 45 minutes, or something. So, yeah, that's no good. That's no good. I'll be right back. Hopefully they don't start the match. I think I'm just gonna text them. I'm gonna text them real quick that it'll be like a little late, but like the world won't end over there, so I'm not getting fired. If I was, I'd ditch. Are they in right now? Alright, be back. Check some stuff real quick. Hopefully they don't start. I'm just checking some stuff on the side. Trees. Alright. Just had to text important text real quick, and we're back. Final set. Final set here. Determines who gets a direct invite to Finland and who's getting the silver ticket. And most importantly, the money. The money. We're seeing Sub running Hog Earthquake right off the bat, and Ian running Balloon Cycle. Balloon is definitely not the best win condition in competitive. Like, you know, everyone's running a building. That is definitely a very good counter Balloon. But Ian bringing out the Loon first game, that's definitely an unpredictable pick. But I think Sub should have a fine time of countering those. Ian does have the arrows and Evo Zap for the firecrackers here. Being Sub's likely only air counter here. But, Sub still does have the Evo cannon, so... Honestly, I think this is in Sub's favor, but Ian could probably pull off some crazy stuff with the minor loons here. Oh my, all the way in the back. Honestly, don't know what the point of that was. I guess it picks off the Mighty Miner and keeps it away from bomb range. Besides that, I don't really see much going on besides death damage. Mighty Miner bomb is going to prevent that death damage. Very well played there. I do not know Strange. I mean, I do know Stranger Things. I haven't watched it, though. Mighty Miner threatens to get on the tower, but Hog Rider and guards... Right, guards are able to... But guards and bomb tower able to defend that Hog and Mighty Miner there. I don't really have a favorite right there. Fire Spirit gets under the tower there for some decent ship. Log coming down. Not too much action so far. He has a Monk too. Okay, Ian's got some opportunities to play with this Miner, Monk, and Loon here. So this actually looks like it could turn into Ian's favor. Evo Inferno Dragon last card too. This is going to take 2 hog hits there. Arrows does come down on the firecracker. Yeah, Millie Bobby Brown, my goat. Millie Bobby Brown, my goat. two loons. Two loons are down here now. Cannon at full health does survive a loon hit, so that loon is going to be stuck there. But that is going to be death damage. Mighty Miner does lock on for a little bit of damage there. Fire Spirit does get on as well. It's a back and forth match so far. Ian is actually getting some decent miner chip and death damage on the tower as well. Firecracker does activate the King Tower there. Not going to be too detrimental for sub. Usually not going to be that huge of hog connections. All you really need is one tap at the hog to make it a worthwhile hog. And even just getting, you know, even just getting some elixir out. Just putting some pressure on. That sub does actually get the log activation up there of the monk. If you don't know, you can use the log to activate your King Tower if you pull the monk to the middle, and they activate ability. Hog Rider is able to be pulled by that far bomb tower to not give it earthquake value, but Hog does get one hit there. Evo Zap and Monk are able to full counter that Hog, and Monk ability there is able to counter that Firecracker. But sub with a huge lead right now. Ian's going to have a very hard time of trying to get this loon to the tower. That's about his only chance of winning this at this point. Fire Spirit comes down on loon. Mighty Miner Bomb is going to be able to knock that off for a little bit of death damage, but that's not too devastating right there. Hog does come down. Earthquake as well. Hog is pretty healthy. Might get the shot there. Did that get a shot or not? I didn't see. But Evo Firecracker got a shot on the tower. Hog gets on the tower as well. And sub takes the first game of the set here. Ian does have the set advantage, but if sub can somehow win 2 sets here, then he's gonna get that. Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta answer some messages here. Yeah, Ian does run a lot of cycle decks, but, you know, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm on Twitch. My main stream is on Twitch. And yeah. Oh, God, yeah, that's gonna be weird. That's gonna be... well, I'll think about that in 5 months from now. I'll think about that later. I used to play Clash of Clans, but not anymore. I kind of got bored of it. Not the game for me. Buying your ticket next paying check. I guess I'll see you there. Nice to see you there. A bunch of socially awkward CR people on Twitch getting the meetup. That'll be a time for sure, huh? It'll be a great time. Yeah, I'll think about that when it happens. I am bogged down with DMs. important stuff I gotta take care of. We are into the second match of game so far. Tesla is going to be able to pick up that mortar from Sub. We're already seeing both of Sub's Evos here, and yeah, we do see the Cannoneer. You know, 9 times out of 10, unless you're Lucas, that's going to mean mortar baits here. Yeah, we're a name tag. Well, people know me at least. They know what I look like, but yeah. Yeah. Is Pineapple here? You got a Pineapple? Okay, Ian's got some interesting cards here. Evo Dark Gob, too. Not entirely sure what this could be. I mean, probably Drill. Probably Drill, if I had to. My life was on the line and I had to make a guess here. Poison, yeah, it's probably going to end up being a Drill deck from Ian here. Whereas Sub is obviously playing Mortar Bait. Mighty Miner swap, put some pressure on the left. Snowball immediately comes down. Ian anticipating the bats on that. Spear Goblins are going to be able to take care of the rest of the Mighty Miner. Dark Goblin comes down. Miner? I expected the Miner to try to snipe the Dark Goblin. I guess Gang picks it up. That Miner is on the tower. Getting some chip damage. Sub opting to go for the chip damage route. Understanding that he needs to get into the lead. This type of deck thrives in single elixir, especially since Ian's main tanks for the mortar are going to be Tesla, which is easy to block, and then Mighty Miner, you know, which is a champion. Won't always be in cycle, but Ian is going to have a pretty nice advantage going into double and triple elixir due to Drill Evo Snowball. Once the Evo Snowball is recycled too, it's going to be guaranteed drill damage. Plus, yep, there we go. There's the drill. Infinite poison on the cannon card too, that's going to be going down. Not the best timing on the Evo Snowball. Unfortunately, doesn't end up getting any goblins onto the tower. He's going to have to cycle to another one for another opportunity at that. Evo Mortar does come down. Yes, cannon card there. I was about to say he's got to play something to block for that Tesla this time if he wants to actually pressure with that Evo Mortar. Drill is going to be defended by Sub for no damage. Cannon card is whittling down that Mighty Miner. Gang is going to be able to protect. Arrows come down. That's going to be a lock with the Evo Mortar. It gets one shot there, and it's going to be 2 goblin stabs. That is definitely good for Sub, rocketing him back into the damage lead, even with the Cannoneer deficit. What's going on, Zero? Doing alright. Cannon card just cycled in the back from Sub, opposite lane, where Ian has the damage advantage. Evo Dark Goblin comes down, but is picked up by the bats. Evo Dark Goblin is eventually let to lock onto the mortar. Skeletons are going to be able to block that mortar's last shot. Infinite poison is able to boil it down. Mighty Miner catches the Miner in the back right there. Snowball cycle. Ian about to get back to his Evo Snowball for another Evo Snowball drill push. Bats on the Mighty Miner forces it to switch lanes. Poison on that drill is going to allow a lot of stabs. Forces out an arrows from Sub, and now he can really play in to these Dark Goblins here. Plays 2 Dark Goblins. Doing a good job protecting them. Getting a lot of damage with those Dark Goblins on the left-hand side and a lot of value. Evo Snowball does come down with this drill. Skeleton King is able to pick it up once the Evo Snowball is gone. Ian definitely with an advantage here, and he's going to have more and more of an advantage going into triple here. Not looking good, but again, anything can happen. 2 world-class players going at it right now. Tesla is picked up by the cannon cart. It's gonna turn into its cannon form. Cannon form is taken out by that Dark Goblin there. Mortar is still distracted by the Mighty Miner. Sub is getting some decent chip here with the Miner, but it's not enough to take him into the damage lead so far. That drill isn't gonna end up getting any damage there. Evo Mortar on the right-hand side. Not the weak side for Ian, but he's still trying to pressure both sides. 30 seconds left in the match. That's what's got to be done. That mortar is not locked on tower. There's a unit there for a split second. I thought that Mighty Miner lane swap would have got on tower, but there was something. There was something in there that kept that mortar off the tower. And mortar's probably targeted onto the Dark Goblin as well. No, that mortar got on the tower. That's going to take Sub back into the lead there. If this drill is defended well. Oh, this Dark Goblin. If this Dark Goblin gets on, two Dark Goblins get on. Ian is so happy about that. His frame's completely cut out. And Ian takes game 2. Please, Ian, I need you to win this. I'm running late for work. Oh my god. Oh my god. Mortar is kind of like underwhelming on offense, but the fact that it has like, you know, offensive and defensive capabilities, if you play it with another win condition, it's pretty good. Like that Mortar Rocket Cycle deck where it kind of just relies on the Mortar to connect isn't really that good, but like Mortar Bait is pretty good in the meta. It's going on 41. Yeah, he's celebrating a little too much. He was interfering with the signal of the cam there. Oh boy. Oh, Ian, just take 2 more games. Just take 2 more games. Make it 15 minutes so I can wrap this up, and I can get to work, man. See if my coworker's texting me back. Nope. Nope. Oh boy. Oh dear. Ian taking a sip right as I take a sip. I didn't have a bottle of regular water, so I got sparkling mineral water. God, I hate it. Sparkling water, bro. That's the only thing I had. Yeah, I mean, I already told them I already told them I'd be like around an hour late, and I'm around like an hour 20, so it's probably I'm probably gonna show up almost 2 hours late. But like my job again is like just to prepare the product for the day or like the weekend. I prepared extra, like I left early yesterday because I had gotten everything filled up, so I doubt it's gonna be chaos there with that. But yeah, sparkling water is gross, but it's all I got. I tried to like shake out all the carbonation, and it's still in there. It's still in there. Ian's just really chilling. Sub over here being the thinker. He's really deciding. Ian just knows what he's gonna play already. He's just blowing his nose. He just doesn't care. He's got this. Hopefully. Not supposed to be biased, but I'm rooting for Ian. I'm rooting for Ian for personal reasons. Let's just make that clear. I'm not a biased caster. I'm just employed, unfortunately. Yeah, it's pretty big for the average CR player. It's definitely pretty big. Not really gonna affect your Clash Royale gameplay too much, but yeah. Yeah, there's that. And this will have the physical intimidation factor at CRL. That's in Atlanta. I mean, I heard about it at Clash of Clans being in Atlanta, and like it'd be kind of weird to have 2 different world finals at 2 different venues, and one in Finland. But yeah, dude, that's nice. I'd kiss what? Oh my god. Okay, full screen Ian cam. They're really strong. Really showing off. Yeah, this is going a little longer than I anticipated there. Did that for me? They did what now? They did what now? Hold on, we need to pause on that. Okay, they're just biding their time here, huh? Yeah. I mean, they get their allotted time. They get their allotted time to pick. Okay, we're in here finally. We're in here. You're running the Evo Ice Spirit. Sub at the Mother Witch. That basically just means it's gonna be bridge spam. I mean, I don't think of maybe like RG, but Mother Witch is kind of a dead giveaway card so far. And Evo Firecracker looks like maybe it's probably gonna be Hog if I had to guess. Goblin's not a too popular cycle card in this in these matches, but we're seeing Goblins come out from Ian now. Again, players got to be creative with their deck picking. When there's five games in the set. Golden Knight though, okay, this could be I wonder what this could be something else besides Hog, but I mean Hog Golden Knight. I mean that might be a combo. Fortunately for Ian, Sub has got the P.E.K.K.A. Sub has got the P.E.K.K.A. That's going to be pretty effective there. Anticipating the Goblin Surround with the E-Wiz, helping the Ghost break through on that Firecracker. But Ian cycles to yet another Firecracker. He's gotten to his Evo Firecracker like within a minute of the match, which is kind of crazy. Usually you start getting Evos when it's about to transition in the double elixir, but Ian's already, he's played his Firecracker so much he already got it, and was able to defend that pretty well. Yeah, Ghost is gonna get good value here for sure. For Sub, and we do see the Hog Rider, Hog Golden Knight. Hog Golden Knight combo isn't really gonna do that much work, honestly. It's more gonna be about this Firecracker chip damage, and if any Hog hits can sneak through. Sub drops the P.E.K.K.A. in the back, starting the slow roll of push, going into double elixir here. Still don't know Ian's last two cards. Maybe could be Earthquake and like Delivery or something. I anticipate a building of sorts, maybe another big spell. You never know. You never know. Mother Witch to snipe the Firecracker, but gets knocked back. Mother Witch isn't placed high enough, and Golden Knight is able to pick off the Mother Witch, and 1 HP Firecrackers, you know, that's enough to keep it on the board and keep it getting value. Firecracker, being a complete nuisance for Sub here. Comes down on the Hog Rider Firecracker. Not before it is allowed a hit on the tower, though. Ian has had a flawless game so far. And Sub, it's not looking good for Sub. But I believe it should. The matchup might turn in Sub's favor here once he's able to build up bigger pushes. But again, the Firecrackers are just so annoying. And the fact that we haven't seen an arrows come down yet probably means that Sub is running Lightning in this version. And Ian is aware of that. So he's just spamming Firecrackers as much as possible, and they are getting an absurd amount of value. Insane amount of value. And there's about nothing Sub can do to really stop these Firecrackers from going crazy. He's just spamming a Hog into this. That Hog is going to get one hit too. Evo Firecracker shoots, Earthquake, yeah, and Sub is flustered. He knows there's nothing he could really do there. Ian almost without any damage on his tower. I think that might have just been rage damage even. Sub might have not, I don't think Sub even, hey, there was either like one cursed Hog hit or a rage, but Ian's towers didn't get touched. Ian's towers didn't get touched, and Ian is one game away from securing his spot in CRL World Finals. And Sub is going to need he's going to need 5 more wins to somehow come back here. Ian only needs 1, so I mean, no spoilers, but I think we're all pretty sure what's going to happen. And honestly, if it goes reverse sweep, I'm gonna just dip. I'm gonna just dip because I can't really screw my coworkers over that much. I'll leave the stream up and then tell somebody to turn it off. Honestly, no wait, you guys can just go watch somebody else. I forget that I'm not the only caster. I'm I'm not even close. Not even close. I forget that I'm the least popular caster, but we're doing it for fun, just to yap. The ego got to me. What's going on, Itachi? Hello. Ian lost his coach to Riley. I knew he'd go crazy. I don't even know about that. I don't keep up with the players' personal lives. I'm just here to watch a gameplay and yap. Hopefully they get into this match soon. Hopefully. Revenge arc. Oh my. I mean, it adds a little personality to the matches. Like that they interact with each other. Maybe I gotta keep up with that stuff more. I don't know. I'm not one to really play in the drama or feed off it or anything. But hey, maybe I should know a few things about these guys, right? You guys gotta let me know who's got beef with who. next time, if there is a next time. I mean, if the events are gonna go this long every time, I don't know if I can really make the excuse to like miss work over this. I know it's weird, you know. All these events are on weekends, and I only work weekends, so you know it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. What do I mean? What do I mean by what? I don't know what I mean by anything half the time. A drama? No, I have no drama on a YouTube channel. Is that how it was interpreted? No, I do not have a drama YouTube channel. Do not have a drama YouTube channel. And then Riley both talked about it in a vid. Yeah, it's because Riley and his coach are talking behind his back. Yeah, I don't know about any of that stuff. I wouldn't watch a video like that either. Like, I just don't care. I just don't really care. Yeah, and I wouldn't really talk about it either. Like, you know, how is that supposed to be entertaining? We're just here to watch the players. We don't need to know that these mobile athletes have beef with each other, you know. It's like, you know, that's not my expertise. I'd rather know stuff about the, you know, players' history and competitive format. Hey, if I somehow get a higher role, I'll be looking into that. I'll be looking at that. Might be a miracle, but hey, maybe literally every caster gets sick and they need somebody, right? Because I know one day there was like nobody. There was literally nobody to cast. Yeah, hopefully Ian hopefully your goat takes the last game here. You know, again, for personal reasons. I'm not biased. I just need to not get fired. We're not biased. Hopefully he ends up winning it all. And yeah, if he wins it all, we'll see him at CRL. Something and long and hard about this one. Still gunning for his chance at the golden ticket. Regardless, he'll get a silver ticket, which, you know, is a step in the right direction. There you go, we understand. I wanna finish it. It's like, again, my job is pretty flexible. Like, it's not too urgent. Alright. We are on the potential final match here. If Ian ends up winning this one, sub starting with the Evo archers, regular archers to cycle the Evo, split in the back, knights, oh my god. Where I'm getting 3.0 Expo PTSD from whenever I face it on ladder. Maybe, okay, no. Sub whips out the Evo snowball. Actually, for some crazy reason, this still might be Expo with just Evo snowball. I really hope not, honestly. Okay, bar barrel, I don't think it's gonna be. I wonder what this is gonna be though. Maybe like a interesting drill deck. Ian running the Goblin Cage, the Evo Goblin Cage. Guess it could be, yeah, some sort of, maybe a Ram Rider deck, yeah. Now seeing that Lumberjack, it could be some sort of Ram Rider deck. And sub, I'm not entirely sure what he could be playing either. Ghost is going to be able to clean up those archers. Knight and Lumberjack about cancel out. And just spells being cycled so far. Nobody really with any pivotal damage. Fisherman just cycling in the middle. Pump. Oh my god, is sub playing Pump Bow? Is sub playing Pump Bow? Oh god. Well, I guess he's gotta kinda come in with some crazy plays. But Ian does have the RG. Ian does have the RG from this. A little bit of crying emotes sent in from Ian here. Oh boy. Yeah, Pump Bow and comp. I didn't think I'd live to see the day, but here we are. This is history, ladies and gentlemen. If sub can somehow win with Pump Bow and comp, that's gonna be crazy. And I'm definitely gonna be mad about that because I don't want to be late to work because of Pump Bow and it's stalled out a 5-minute game, you know. Ian must not have a big spell here. Ian must be rocking like a Rage Log variation because he's not able to do anything against these pumps, and sub is just stacking up elixir right now. Oh my, Ian's got Curse. He's got Curse Rage and gets a huge surprise attack with all those goblins. Sub wasn't ready for that and gets over 1,000 damage on that tower. Battle just turned into Ian's favor here, but sub could, if sub locks it down and is able to get like a defensive expo and 2 offensive expos going, and he could potentially break through here. Evo RG comes down at the bridge. Haven't seen an expo yet, but it wouldn't really pay off here. Evo Archers split down the middle. One of them just wanders off. That's not going to be very good. If RG gets a shot here, that's going to be huge for Ian. Does not end up getting a shot, but these Cursed Piggies are getting a little bit of chip damage. Almost take this tower down at half HP, and there we go. It is confirmed. Sub is playing Pump Bow in competitive. Pump Bow to try to make it to CRL. Evo Archer and Barbarian are allowed on that tower on the left-hand side and takes it sub 1k HP. Sub just made it his match again. My goodness. Expo opposite lane to apply pressure. Basically forcing out an RG here. Ian is trying his hardest not to use an RG here. But he's going to need to unless he wants to let this on. Curse Rage does come down. But that Expo is going to lock on the tower unless he does something. Yes, it does end up getting there. He needs to defend the Knight minimum. That's probably going to be more damage on the right-hand side than the left with that Knight connecting. Yeah, Sub is in a really good position right now. Especially with that huge Evo Archers lock right there. And Ian, he's barely got any tanks to his name and definitely doesn't want to use an RG to defend an Expo. Ooh, misses with the Curse Rage on one of the Evo Archers. That's really bad. That's really bad for Ian right now. Isn't going to be able to get an RG shot with that either. Ian's got 600. He's got 600 damage to make up here. Neither side really having a big spell, so it's going to be up to who if Ian can break through. Or honestly, Sub's going in on offense right here, understanding that Ian doesn't have many tanks, and I guess good pick, really good pick from Sub, and it ended up being. He's able to almost take this game. Don't know for sure yet, but Evo's snowball prediction comes down the middle, doesn't hit anything, but it would have if he played. Almost takes both towers off of Ian, and this set is going to the final match. Lord have mercy, don't go to the final game. Don't go to the final game. If it goes to the final game, we'll just raid somebody else who's casting it. Yeah, geez. Let me see who's. I'm gonna have it prepped. Honestly, I'm gonna have it prepped. Who's casting right now? That's not like a main caster. Clash Royale, the main Clash Royale league, is casting it. Man, I don't really see anyone. I don't think we need the. I don't even think we need the raid. Just head over to the official. Just head over to the official CRL channel. Like I'm not even gonna bother raiding that. It's not gonna do anything. So yeah, just head over to the official CRL channel. I'll even link it. It's not. You can search it on Twitch. It's just called Clash Royale on Twitch. Yeah, just pull up there. That's where the main broadcast going. Exact same, except you get to hear the main casters do it. I'm going to stick around for this last set. If it's Ian, I'll watch Ian win. If not, it goes to another best of 5 set. And you guys can watch that there. Not yet. I'm gonna wait for this last game. Maybe it ends here. And if it doesn't, I'm going to go. Because if Sub wins this, again, it's, double elimination. Ian hasn't lost a set yet. So if Ian loses this set, they got to play another set to decide the winner here. I mean, it's just one more game. It's just one more game. If it goes to another whole set, that could take 45 minutes, and I'm not gonna stick around for that. But this will take 5 minutes, so it's not that bad. I'm honestly gonna set up and get prepared to dip. So if anyone's on the YouTube and you wanna continue seeing me cast, just do !Twitch and come on over. If not, I'm just gonna disable that there and gotta go soon. And I'm getting